Good morning, everyone. We're going to give everyone just about one more minute to trickle in from the waiting room, and then we'll begin.
Hattie cough.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Plenary 2 of the 38th Biennial Convention of the League of Women Voters of Florida. I'm convening this Plenary 2 session at 9:06 a.m. Eastern Time. So glad to have you back with us, and hope you all had a very good rest last night. You will have needed it because it's going to be a busy day full of robust discussion and debate. To start things off, we will hear a report from our acting secretary, Kathy Wynn. Kathy?
Good morning, everybody. The convention was convened at 1:15 p.m. yesterday by President Patty Brigham. She thanked the staff for their work in organizing the convention, and we heard a wonderful rendition of America the Beautiful by Ray Charles. Following a credentials report by Sharon Lynn indicating a quorum, the proposed agenda and the rules of convention were adopted without amendment, and the minutes of the 2019 convention were accepted with amendments. The President's State of the State address highlighted changes in league procedures necessitated by the pandemic last year. She recommitted the league to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative and recognized the effectiveness of our lobbying efforts in spite of a disappointing legislative session. President Brigham reported on the inspiring voter services activities that were numerous and led up to last year's election. At the local league roll call, events and achievements of the first half of the 30 local leagues were highlighted, and President Brigham presented the silver, gold, and platinum awards to the Broward County, Orlando, and St. Pete area leagues, respectively. The Budget Committee presented the proposed League of Women Voters of Florida and League of Women Voters of Florida education budgets. The nominating committee announced a slate of officers and directors for 2021 and 2022, and there were no nominations from the floor. The bylaws committee recommended a comprehensive review of the bylaws as numerous changes were evident to be needed. And they recommended action and voting at a later date, possibly at the 2023 convention. Finally, the program for the league, the proposed program, was presented by the Honorable Peggy Quince, program chair, and there were no non-recommended program items, as both program items that were non-recommended were withdrawn. Finally, Levon Grayson, chair of the Actions Motions Committee, reported on that procedure and indicated that recommended program actions must be submitted by 7 o'clock yesterday evening. And that is what happened at the first plenary session.
Kathy, thank you for that excellent report. We appreciate you stepping in for us as Trish Neely, our secretary, is enjoying the sandy beaches of Hawaii. So thank you, Kathy. It is now time for our credentials report from our credentials chair, Sharon Lynn of Seminole County. Sharon?
Well, good morning and glad to be here. So for me, bright and early, we do have a quorum. And for anything, oops, we just got one more person in, which affects my numbers. Let's see. We would need, for a majority vote of just a 50% plus one, we would need 83 people. For a 2/3 vote, we would need, sorry, I'm dividing.
And Sharon, we're getting some more people entering as you're,
Hey,
we just got one more.
okay. And looking at it, okay, I would say we need 83 for a 50% plus one vote. We would need 107 for any vote requiring a 2/3 vote.
One more just entered.
Okay, let's make that, we're still good at 83. Let's do 108 for a 2/3 vote.
Okay, and I think we want to reiterate that once we begin the voting, we cannot allow anyone to enter or exit this meeting. Anything else you'd like to add, Sharon?
No, I think you just said it. And I would also recommend that people not leave the Zoom meeting. I'm trying to keep track of that, but it becomes tricky when voting's involved. So hopefully we can all stay connected. So that's it, and I'll hand it back to you, Patty.
Thank you so much, Sharon.
President, point
Okay.
of order.
Pardon?
Just a point of order. This is Delegate Diane Williams Cox.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
Some of us are not able to control our connections, and so we sometimes are in and out of the meetings because of Wi-Fi issues. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, well, any Wi-Fi issues would not be coming from our office. They would be coming from your individual internet connections.
Absolutely, I understand that. I'm just saying to you that we can't control whether we're connected or not.
Okay, I understand, and sorry about that. What you could do is email Sharon Lynn if you have something that you would like her to know regarding, once we start the voting, etc. Sharon, would you put your email address into the chat box, please?
Doing that right now.
Thank you. And Sharon, there is one more person entering the meeting. Since we haven't started voting yet, she's gone ahead and entered. one more also.
When we get started, can you give me a total number of people that are here today?
Okay, I'll ask Sharon to do that.
Yes, I can, but you know, it keeps changing, and I am subtracting this. I'm subtracting the staff from that number, which I assume is appropriate since they don't count as delegates. So currently we're at minus staff, we're at 161.
All right. Thank you so much, both of you. Okay, good luck in internet land out there, everybody. We know about modern technology. It's a great thing, but there are bumps in the road along the way. So what we'd like to do first, since we're using a different way of voting, since we're not all in person, we're voting by raising hands on Zoom. And yesterday, there was understandably some questions about that. So what we've decided to do this morning is do a practice session on voting and raising hands. So I'm going to turn it over to Leah Nash, our executive director, and Blake Summerlin, our communications manager, to give you a quick lesson, and let's practice a little bit on voting over Zoom. Leah and Blake.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we're going to do a practice session with you for voting. Don't forget, if you are going to be voting, you will be raising your hand, and Blake's going to go over how to do that with you. Reminder, do not take your hand down, because that is when your vote will be counted. So don't do anything, and don't put it back up or anything like that. So Blake, if you could just give the instructions, that would be great.
Good morning, everyone. Again, so there is likely two places you'll be able to find the raise hand function in Zoom. I'm not sure. Are you guys seeing this screen with participant 1, participant 2?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
So it will typically be under the participants tab on your screen or the reactions tab on your screen. It's different for different devices. I don't know every device in the world, but that's what the internet tells me. So for the participants tab, oh, just kidding. For the participants tab, the button will likely look like this or similar to this and say raise hand. If you are clicking it from the participants tab. If it is found on your device under the reactions tab, it'll look something along these lines. We are not looking for these type of reactions or emojis like this clapping is not what we're looking for. We're looking for you to click the raise hand function. So how about we do a practice round? I want to see everyone's hands raised. Yes, in the chat, Janet Hoffman raised a good point. And if you're on an iPad, it might be under the More section with 3 dots. Google did not have an example of that for me, but hopefully we can all get through this together. I'm going to just give people about a minute to try and raise their hands, and then we'll troubleshoot from there. And I know a number of you know that Zoom has a poll function, and we will use that a little bit today, but not very much because Zoom does not allow us to have many polls. No matter how much money we give them, they limit the amount of polls no matter what type of account we have. So that's why we've gotten some questions about that, but it's a very limited amount per meeting that we're able to have. So we will be utilizing it a little bit, but it'll pop up in your screen and you'll know what to do. That's an explanation.
Excuse me, on the iPad, we had to shrink your screen in order to reach our participants and more feature to get to that raise hand. Because your screen was taking up our whole page. But I've accomplished it. I hope everybody else has as well.
And Patty, could I revise the number for the required votes since things have been going up and down in the participant section?
Absolutely, Sharon.
Okay, as it stands right this second, for a 50% vote or a majority, we need 81 yeses. For a 2/3 vote, we need 109, and that hasn't changed in probably 30 or 40 seconds. So I'm hoping that we're
Okay.
good.
And we should not let anybody else in.
Okay, we cannot let anyone else in as of now. We do have a text message in the chat from Christine Gabor. She says that she's in Palm Beach County and does not have the raise hand capacity for either of the scenarios mentioned. So maybe what you could do, Christine, is could she email you, Sharon?
Sure.
Okay, email Sharon. Her email address is in the chat box, Christine. Thanks for letting us know. We would rather you email her than do the thumbs up. Okay. Blake, did you have any further information?
I think we're good to go. A vast majority of folks had the hands raised. The few that don't, and if you don't have them, like Patty said, you can either email Sharon, and if it really comes down to it and you can't figure it out or can't get to that raise hand button enough, you can write in the chat, I vote yes. The hand signifies a yes vote or a positive, or you agree with the motion, and a non-raised hand does, signifies a no vote. So keep that in mind.
Thank you, Blake. And also I'd like to add that if we have a very close vote, that is probably a time where we will use the polling function so we can see the exact number of votes, yay or nay. So we will go ahead and get started with our next item on the agenda. Once again, the virtual doors to this meeting have been closed, as we are now beginning the portion which is the meat of the convention, and that is our recommended program discussion, motions, and votes. So it is my pleasure to turn it over to our program chair, the Honorable Peggy Quince. Justice Quince, go ahead. You do need to unmute yourself.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you. And we're going to, this is a time when we actually discuss, entertain motions, entertain amendments to the proposed program. As we begin, I would like you to keep in mind the mission of the League of Women Voters that we discussed yesterday, which is empowering voters and defending democracy. We keep those in mind as we look at the items that are proposed for our program next 2 years. We're going to start with we're going to go by categories. And the first category where we'll discuss is government in Florida. Government in Florida consists of the Florida Constitution, finance and taxation, election law, and we will now entertain any comments you would like to make about the proposed program under government in Florida, or any amendments that you would like to make to any of the proposed items. We're putting those in the chat, correct? So put any comments, any amendments, any motions do you have concerning the proposed program for the government in Florida in the chat. I don't see any. There's a question. Does legislation for gender equality fall under this category?
Social policy.
That would be under social policy. And someone says there's a typo on page 2. That typo being what? That has already been changed to counties. That item in all court has already been changed to in all counties. Thank you very much. Having heard seen any motions or amendments for this section of the program, do we have a motion to adopt as our program for 21-23, the program under government in Florida? Patty, do you want to carry this?
Yes, I will do that. Peggy, can you mute while I do that so we don't have feedback?
I can't hear you.
Can you please
Please mute.
Oh,
Okay, thank you. If those in this room are not muted, we have feedback, so bear with us, everybody. Okay, so on this motion on government, is that where we are in Florida? We have a motion to approve from Linnell Philman from the League of Jacksonville First Coast. And we have a second from Deborah Chandler from Palm Beach County. So all those in favor of approving this motion, say aye. Or excuse me, pardon me. Raise your hand, please. All those in favor, raise your hand. A motion has been made and so it has a second. Raise your hand to approve.
there is a question in the chat as to whether or not this requires a motion, and yes, we are voting on our 21-23 program, and yes, it requires a motion.
Okay, it looks like everyone has voted and it looks like the motion carries. So thank you very much. Peggy, on to the next.
Okay. The next section of our proposed program is education in Florida. Is there any discussion, any motions, any proposed amendments to the items under education in Florida?
Okay, Peggy, if you could mute. From Sally Bootsine of the League of Women Voters of Tallahassee is proposing an amendment to, quote, use a multi-year, unquote, remove median in the National Education Association NEA ranking and replace with, quote, to national norms.
So we are, there is a proposed amendment to the language, use a multi-year approach to bring Florida's total per pupil funding to the median of the national norm. Is that?
That's correct. So I will go ahead and ask for a second, please. And Peggy, if you could mute so we can cut off on feedback. Thank you. We need a second, please, for Sally Butsine's motion. Patricia Steele of the League of Tallahassee has seconded. Okay, Sally Butsine, would you please turn on your microphone and speak to your motion?
Yes, this is to replace a reference to another organization, the National Education Association. It doesn't seem appropriate for that to be in our program. And so I'm recommending we replace that language with just national norms.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I've seen some objections to this amendment in the chat box, so I think we will set a time for debate on this amendment, this proposed amendment that has been made by Sally and received a second. So we have a clock that we will show on the screen. We will use 6 minutes for the debate. And as you all know, during in-person convention, we have a pro microphone and a opposing microphone. Well, we're just going to have to visualize them here. And in the chat, if you would like to speak to this proposed amendment, please put your name and league and put either pro or con by your name and league. Excuse me. We will then turn on the clock. I will call on you. I will try to do it as pro, con. Bear with me. And we will put a clock up on the screen. And we will then give each debater 1 minute. You'll be able to see the clock, 1 minute to debate this amendment. So Blake, if you could put that clock up so we can all see it. Okay, Sally, we're receiving more questions about your proposed amendment. Would you explain it one more time?
Yes, thank you, Patty. The reason for this amendment is to delete reference to another organization, which some even would consider as a partisan organization, and to replace it with language that means the same thing. I chose the national norms. We could use some other term, but I think it's pretty obvious. You look at any kind of data, there is, national data as far as different states spending and funding. So I would entertain a friendly amendment if they don't like the language about national norms. But I think the intent of the amendment is to remove a reference to the NEA.
All right, thank you very much. So now we're going to go to debate. And I'm looking in the chat box to see if a name has been placed with the league, pro or con, if you would like to speak to pro or con. So give me a second while I find. Please, we're on this amendment. We need to stay on this amendment in the chat box. All right, I'm going to call on Pat Plummer from Collier County. Can we reset the timer, please, to 1 minute? Pat?
Yes.
Go ahead and speak to the con. Thank you.
I'm speaking to the con because in my experience as an educator, unless you have a norm specific to compare to, it can be compared to anything. So it will cause a lot of confusion I've had some experience nationally too, where some states, when they're asked to compare to a norm, can find the least possible norm to connect to. I don't have a specific one to suggest instead of the NEA, but in my experience, they are an organization that is reputable in coming up with these numbers. So I would not like that removed unless we had another relevant comparison, and I don't have one right at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. All right, now I'm looking for, is there a pro in the chat box? Okay, I see another con, so I don't see a pro. I'm going to call on Richard Warner to speak. Please start the clock. You have 1 minute, Richard.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
The Hillsborough County League is the author of this recommendation, and the whole purpose is to be more specific in what we're asking for. As you know, our past generalizations have not produced results, and as the other con person so aptly spoke, we need something very specific to tie our request to. And just for the information of the members, the cost to get from where we are now, 44th among the states, to 25th is $8 billion, and that's billion with a B.
Richard, thank you very much. Your time is concluded.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, we now have a pro position from Felicia Stell out of Tallahassee. Felicia, let us start the clock, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am speaking in pro of the amendment only on the issue of whether or not we should specify an organization to tie the funding to that could be considered to be a partisan organization. I think we have to be careful to maintain our reputation of being nonpartisan. And I believe the comment that was made by our president, Woodson, that we could find another name of an organization that we could tie it to that would not, that would have a national norm, but not be associated, so closely associated with a biased organization.
Thank you very much for that. I'm looking to see if there are any more pro or con positions. Okay, all right, I'm going to call on Sally Bucine. It looks like we've gotten all of our debate in. Sally, there's been some questions about why NEA is biased. Could you please explain the motion again and close on your motion? Sally Bucine.
Okay, thank you, Patty. I think the problem with NEA is that it is perceived by some to be biased. I don't think they would consider themselves biased, but they are considered to be pro-democratic candidates generally. And I think it's just a perception that we need to be careful that we don't get tied in with that. As far as the tying the rankings to some specific number, I didn't hear anybody recommend anything else, but I feel comfortable with national norms. And yes, they can be manipulated, but I think the intent is there. So I would recommend approval of this amendment so that we eliminate any concern about bias. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. And I can just add here to answer the rest of the question. Yes, NEA has endorsed political candidates in the past. So they are a partisan organization when it comes to elected officials. So it looks like we have concluded debate. Thank you very much, Sally, for your motion and for those of you who have spoken. It is now time to vote. All those in favor of this amendment, raise your hand. Okay, we've had 80 votes that are in the yay column. Now I'm going to ask all of those who are opposed to raise their hand. But first we're going to have to remove the yays. So we are removing the yays. Please wait until we do all of that. Blake is working very quickly to do that right now. You'll see those numbers going down. And then I'll ask once more for no votes. But again, we're waiting for the hands that voted yes to be lowered. All right, so now all of those who are opposed to this amendment, please raise your hand.
If you are dialed in on a phone, it is *9 to raise your hand and *9 to take it down again if you put it up by mistake.
Okay, we have 62 participants or delegates rather who have voted no. So I'm going to ask Blake to take those hands down, and before we move on, I'm going to ask for those who are abstaining from this vote. But okay.
Can I have the number of yes votes?
I believe the number of yeses were 80. Sharon, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I can't see the vote totals.
Okay, it was 80 was reported. So thank you, Sharon. The motion passes. The motion to support the amendment has passed. So now we are back on the language, the original language of this proposal.
Point of order, Madam President.
Yes.
Ann Smith Volusia, I thought Sharon announced that a majority vote would be 81 at the beginning.
Majority vote, yes, but you have more people.
Well, one of the problems is that the numbers of participants keeps changing.
That's
which
right.
I don't really understand, but currently we have 160 participants if you minus the staff. And that would be for 50%, it would be 80, which to me means we need 81, but 80 is 50%.
Okay, so the motion has carried, and I'm going to correct myself. Now that that is passed, we have settled that particular proposal, and we are moving forward with the next proposal. I'll go back to our program chair, Justice Quince.
If there are no other, there's a motion.
Okay, we do have a suggested amendment from Susan in Jacksonville. This motion reads, under education, I would like the word non-sectarian, so this part reads, quote, support a free public non-sectarian school system for Florida with high standards for student achievement and with the quality of educational opportunity for all that is financed adequately by the state through an equitable funding of public non-sectarian education by, and then there's colon. Is there more to this, Susan?
No, the only suggestion I had was to add non-sectarian wherever it says public education, just because, well, yes, thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Susan. Okay, so Susan's motion is on the table. Is there a second? If there's a second, please type it in the chat box. Okay, Gail Larson out of North Pinellas County has seconded. I don't see any opposition in the chat box. Okay, Hattie Kaufman has proposed a clarification amendment. All right, so that is a different amendment. Hattie, we're on another motion right now. And that is Susan's motion regarding the word non-sectarian. We have had a second on that. I think. Okay, Susan, please speak to your motion before we close.
I think it's been assumed in the past that all public schools were non-sectarian, but in this era, I think it's wise to be very specific that we only want to fund, we only want to publicly fund education for non-sectarian schools. I recently read an article put out by a Catholic organization that said that they started their private schools because, and I remember this when I was in school, that the public schools were mostly Protestant and the Catholics felt discriminated against, so they started forming their private Catholic schools. So I think it's important that public schools be non-sectarian, and it's necessary now that we say it explicitly. Also, I read an article that after the Supreme Court case Espinoza, that there's a possibility that charter schools can start being religious schools. So I think we need to be really clear that we want to support non-sectarian public schools.
Okay, thank you, Susan. All right, I see no objection in the chat box requiring debate. So I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of Susan's motion regarding the use of the word non-sectarian, please raise your hands.
We'll give 30 more seconds for folks to raise their hand if they want to.
Blake, are we at time for voting to conclude?
Yes, we're counting the hands, just a second.
Okay, everyone has voted. Blake, please report the number of pro votes.
I think maybe you've got 86.
Okay, it looks like we have 134 delegates who have voted yes. I believe voting is closed. Is that correct, Blake?
Yes, 134 is the number of yes votes, and
Okay.
voting is closed.
You're not even, we're getting a lot of discussion because we had 80.
Okay, all right. Now, before we proceed, there is quite a bit of discussion in the chat box about the rules of the voting. And our credentials chair has asked if we could please have our parliamentarian clarify the rules because the numbers keep changing. So I'm going to call on our parliamentarian, Pat Drago, now to do so. Pat?
Just for
Pat, you are not unmuted.
Now I am. Okay. In the previous vote, we had 80 yeses and 62 nos. So we clearly had some abstentions. So the 80 was very much a majority of those voting. So that's why we have, if every single person voted, the Credentials Committee has established 81. And we have had movement in and out of the room. But in that last vote, it was clearly a majority of those voting. So I wanted to be really clear on that ruling. And when we have abstentions, then that does change the balance of how we go with the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. All right, so we are lowering the hands that were raised because now we have to ask for those who are not in favor. Okay, this is passed. We've had a clear majority, so the motion has passed. And now, Justice Quince, if you would move on with the program proposals. Okay, wait a minute.
I believe
We
there
have
was
a-
another proposed amendment.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. This is from Chris Kahn in Hillsborough. Chris would like to make a motion that, quote, national norms be amended to national ranking of the states. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Chris, would you please speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. I am representing the voice of our education chair, Teresa Potter, who was kicked out of the meeting. She would like to change that to national ranking of the states in order to have a more clear-cut goal that we are asking for versus a more general term such as national norms.
Okay, but right now we are on Chris Kahn's motion. So, and that's you, Chris. You just explained that. So thank you very much. All right, and we've had a second from Deb Kaufman. So let me just go ahead and pose this question to you, Chris. Rankings of the state as listed by whom? That is a question from Katie of Polk County.
As a non-expert, and maybe someone on our committee such as Rick can join in, I would say that we went from a very specific standard that is recognized across this country, and the decision was that that is too much of a partisan organization, possibly, to a very large national norms, which could be anything. What's a national norm? Could it be what a state thinks, whatever, where national rankings of the state at least allows you to find data that compares funding from one state to another. So a little bit more specific, not partisan, but allows you to gather specific data to chart where Florida compares in spending to other states.
Okay, thank you. And in the chat, we're seeing it's generally based on data from the U.S. Department of Education. And another question, Chris, does the Federal Department of Education rank the educational spending of the states?
I apologize. I am not an education expert, so I cannot speak to that, but I can text my education person and see if she can respond quickly enough, unless Rick can respond to that or somebody else.
Okay. All right. So I'm seeing a lot of support for this motion in the chat. I don't think that there is any opposition here requiring a debate. So let's go ahead and take a vote.
Just a second. Do you have an amendment to the amendment? Should USDOE be added? I think you have an amendment.
Patty, there's some cons in the chat.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing them now.
Okay, I think.
We are seeing that there is an amendment to the amendment in the chat by Lynn Fenster. Lynn, I'm having trouble finding your amendment to the amendment in the chat. Here it is. Would you please unmute your microphone and state your amendment to the amendment?
Hi, Lynn Fenster, Seminole County. My amendment to the amendment would be adding in, after national ranking of the states, adding in the words by U.S. Department of Education.
Okay. All right, Lynn. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. I do see some pros and cons. So we're going to set up debate.
So now first you have a.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and ask for a second for the amendment to the amendment. for Lynn Fenster's amendment. I need a second.
You've got it.
Okay, from Sue Gilman, I have a second. So I just need to check with my parliamentarian. Stand by. Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment. And so what we are going to do now is speak to the amendment first. So we will set up the clock. We will have 6 minutes for debate. 1 minute per each person, one for pro, one for con. So Blake, if you could please put that clock up so it's visible. I cannot see it. All right. I'm looking into all right, I'm looking to start the debate. Please be ready to reset that clock. Okay, Sally Butzine, please speak to the pro.
I think these are good amendments that add more specificity to what the intent of my amendment was. So I support the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Sally. Barbara Overton is con. Go ahead, Barbara.
I want to speak to the prior amendment related to national ranking. So if this is just the amendment on the DOE, I have no con.
Right now, this is Lynn Fenster.
Not sure what we're speaking to.
We're speaking to Lynn Fenster's amendment to the amendment. And I'm going to ask Lynn to read that amendment to the amendment one more time so everybody can be clear as to what it is.
The amendment to the amendment would be adding the words by U.S. Department of Education after national ranking of the states.
Yes, they published that.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. Yes. I see Linda Donaldson as con. Please go ahead and speak, Linda.
The reason I put up a con is because as I read the bullet point, it leaves a place in the national ranking lacking. I see use of a multi-year approach to bring Florida's total per pupil funding to national ranking of the states by the U.S. Department of Education. And I didn't know if it was going to be to the mid-range. What was the intent?
And that was in the First Amendment, I believe.
I think deletion of median.
Yeah, yes, this is Sally. It was the median was supposed to stay in there.
Thank you, Sally. And yes, Kathy Gunlack out of Palm Beach has said friendly amendment to have the word median added before the national ranking of the states. But the removal was in the first. Inadvertent. All right. Okay, so let me see. I'm looking for other debate. Okay, Diane is pro. Diane Marks, go ahead.
She's speaking with the median.
I was basically the same point. You need a median or some kind of word in there, and that's what I voted for the first time we voted.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Diane. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay, I believe we are ready to vote on the amendment to the amendment. So now I'm going to ask that all of those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, raise your hand.
We'll allow 30 more seconds for hands to be raised. Okay, time has expired. There was 131 folks raising their hands.
Thank you, Blake. Okay, so we've had a clear majority of approval. So the motion has carried. Peggy?
Now we go back to the amendment as amended.
Okay, we're now back on the amendment as amended. So we need to reiterate the amendment as it was amended. If Justice Swins could.
The amendment now that we will be voting on would say median of the national ranking of states by the U.S. Department of Education. And
Thank you. So now we are lowering the hands of those who just voted on the amendment to the amendment. We're back on the original amendment. So as soon as those hands are lowered, we'll be voting on that amendment.
Can we get the back in before median?
Sure.
I was going to read it as it should be before we have a final vote on.
Yeah.
Because I see that the was left out of just before median. So it should be reading, use a multi-year approach to bring Florida's total per pupil funding to the median of the national ranking of the states by U.S. Department of Education.
Thank you. And we've had a question as to why we can't lower our own hands. Blake, please explain the technology behind the fact that we need to lower the hands of the delegates. Okay, well, when Blake is back with us, he can explain that, but there is a reason that we are lowering hands. We have to do it to make sure that the count is accurate and that hands weren't lowered before they were counted. There are a number of reasons for this. So yes, it probably would take less time if you could lower your own hands, but we believe that this is the most accurate way to get the count. Okay.
All hands have been lowered, and Patty explained it beautifully. It's a long process, but we'll do it.
Okay, so are people ready to vote on the amendment itself?
Patty, there's another, this is Barbara Overton, Miami, another amendment.
Oh, there's another, okay. Barbara, is that from you, motion to add at least before the median?
Yes.
Okay, so Barbara, could you just briefly speak to your motion?
Yes, I don't think we should be limiting our approach to the median. I think we would like to be better than average.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, Linda Donaldson of Polk County has seconded. I don't see anyone opposing or approving, so I think that we're okay to go ahead and vote without a debate.
See if there's anybody who wants to speak. Give time for.
Does anyone want to speak
For or against?
to or for Barbara's amendment? If you do, put it in the chat box.
Pat, don't you have to vote on the other amendment?
No, still amendment. We're still amending that amendment. Now we're going to vote on it as amended. No, it's the same process.
Okay, Barbara, could you close on your your motion, since we're not seeing anyone wanting to speak to it?
It's in that same sentence.
I ask everyone to support this without objection.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Barbara. All those in favor of supporting Barbara's amendment, to the amendment, which would add at least before the median, raise your hand.
Okay. 30 more seconds to raise your hand. All right, there was 134 folks who raised their hand, plus Lynn Fenster in the chat who put her thumbs up. So that is 136 is the final vote.
Okay, 136 is the final vote. The motion carries. Now we are back on the original amendment, and I'm going to turn this back over to our program chair, Justice Quinn.
All right, I am going to now read that proposal as it has been amended. Use a multi-year approach to bring Florida's total per pupil funding to at least the median of the national ranking of states by the U.S. Department of Education. That will be the amendment that we are now voting on.
Okay, Justice Quince, we have another amendment. This is from Susan in Jacksonville. Her amendment is add.
Let's go ahead and complete this at this point. We're in the middle of a vote.
Okay, all right. So Peg, we're going to go ahead and complete this before we add in Susan's amendment. So Peggy, thank you for reading that original amendment or proposal. So now let's go ahead and vote on that.
Get final language and then we can.
Okay. All right.
Fifteen more seconds. All right, time to vote has expired.
And I believe I saw we had 104 delegates' hands raised to approve this motion.
That is correct. 104 plus one person in the chat who could not raise their hand. That equals 105. And I have good news to share with everyone. Zoom has blessed us with a lower all hand function, so we will be saving a little bit more time.
That's wonderful news. Thank you. All right, so this motion has carried, and I'm going to go to Peggy. We have another amendment, but before I get to that amendment, I'm going to go to Justice Quince to read what has just passed so we can be clear on what that language is and what this next amendment is attempting to do.
All right, thank you, Patty. What we have just voted on is the following. Use a multi-year approach to bring Florida's total per pupil funding to at least the minimum of the national ranking of the states by the U.S. Department of Education.
The median.
At least the median. Pupil funding to at least the median of the national ranking of the states by the U.S. Department of Education.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have an amendment from Susan out of Jacksonville. She's asking for an addition to promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, and disability in all publicly funded schools. Add it as one of the items under this part, quote, promote adequate and equitable funding of public non-sectarian education.
That's a whole other section.
This would be we're asking for a new bullet point under this section.
Yes.
Susan, are you asking for a new bullet point under this section?
Yes, under the section where it says promote adequate and equitable funding of public education by, and then by, there's a colon, and then there's 1, 2, 3 bullet points, and so this would be the 4th bullet point.
Okay.
Right after oppose the use of public funding, right after that one.
Thank you. And I'm seeing your friendly amendment. I'm seeing some friendly amendments to your language, Susan. One from Barbara Overton.
Yes, I like Barbara's friendly amendment. Ability
Okay.
status, that's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just checked with our parliamentarian, and first we need to go ahead and vote on.
If she's accepting it, if she's amending it before what's been seconded.
Okay, I don't believe it's been seconded.
Do we have, what's our language?
Susan, could you please read the language again?
Support requirements that oh wait, that was a different one. Promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, and what did Barbara say? Forgot what she said. I said disability, but I like what she said better. In all publicly funded schools.
So Susan, are you saying that you want to amend your amendment?
Yes, to what? To ability status. So it would say promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, and ability status in all publicly funded schools.
Is there a second?
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a second? Is there a second to Susan's amendment? Yes, we have a second from Gayla Larson out of North Pinellas. Okay. Would anyone like to speak to this proposed amendment?
Patty, this is Barbara Overton, Miami-Dade County.
Yes.
I'm along with folks in the chat wanting to move to amend the amendment to also include sexual orientation.
Okay, so you have an amendment to the amendment. So you
All
have
right.
a motion.
Thank you very much for that, Barbara. So now we have an amendment to the amendment, which is to add sexual orientation. So I need a second. Bridget Elliott has seconded. Thank you very much. Does anyone want to speak now to the amended amendment?
Could I just say briefly,
Who's
I'm
speaking,
okay with
please?
adding sexual orientation, but wouldn't we vote on my amendment first and then add?
No.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
No. Okay. So now we're going to vote on Susan's amendment, which has been amended twice. And so Amy Keith out of St. Petersburg had also added that she would like to amend it to also include gender identity.
We got sexual orientation. We're going to deal with one amendment to the
Okay,
amendment at a time.
so we're going to deal, Amy, thank you for that. We'll get to your amendment with one amendment at a time. Right now, we are on the sexual orientation. So I need a second, and I've received seconds on that. So now would anyone like to speak to that portion of the amendment regarding sexual orientation? Okay, then we'll go ahead and vote on this amended portion, sexual orientation. Blake, please let our delegates know when the vote starts.
I have just lowered all hands. If you prematurely put them up, do not put them up yet. Now you may vote. Put your hands up now.
All those in favor, please vote.
We'll get to gender identity next.
Thirty more seconds. Time has expired. Please give us a time to check the vote. 1 second.
Blake, are we ready to announce the vote?
Yes, 135 hands were up, plus 2 in the chat, which equals 137.
Thank you very much. 137 votes have approved this motion. Now we have an amendment from Amy Keith out of St. Petersburg. Amy, would you please read your motion?
I move to add gender identity to the statement so that it reads promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and ability status.
All right, thank you. Does anyone want to speak to Amy's motion? First of all, actually, I need a second. And that we do have a second from Pam Maldonado. Would anyone like to speak to Amy's second? And by the way, I've been asked if some delegate seconds are being seen. Yes, they are, but I'm seeing a lot of seconds, so I have to speak to the first second that I see. So I'm not overlooking you. I'm seeing your seconds. Thank you. So we have a second on Amy Keith's motion. Does anyone want to speak to Amy's motion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. Blake, please let me know when we can call the vote. Please don't raise your hands yet. We're not voting. Just let me know, Blake.
Yes, just a second. All right, voting may begin.
All right, all those in favor of Amy's motion, raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. All right, there's 124 hands raised, plus 1 in the chat, 125.
Okay, and Blake, I see 125 raised hands now. So we have 126, correct, total?
Sure, yes, that is fine, I'll allow that.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. If you could go ahead and lower everyone's hands. We have another amendment. This is from Jennifer Adams out of Orange County. She wants to add increased licensed mental health counselors and services to students and families.
That would be a whole other thing.
Which is a whole other section, and we will get to that in just a few minutes.
Let's vote on this now.
Okay, so now we are going to go back to vote on the amendment that we are on, that we've been amending. So I'm going to ask Justice Quince to please go ahead and read that language again.
The proposed amendment, as has been amended, reads, promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and ability status in all publicly funded schools.
Thank you, Peggy. All right. Do we have a second? Actually, that was already seconded. Pardon me. Okay, I see that we're going to need some debate on this. So let's open this up for debate for 6 minutes. Blake, if you want to put up the clock. I'm going to call on Janet Hoffman first. Janet, go ahead.
I would like to add socioeconomic status, at least. I'm trying to compare it to the US, but I think it should be similar to the League of Women Voters of US policy. I don't think we need to add age.
Okay, well that.
Or marital status.
So you're speaking against this proposal, is that correct?
Well, I would like to, yes, I would like to add socioeconomic status.
Okay, well, that would be a separate amendment.
Okay, sorry.
So that's okay. All right, so I have a con here, and that is from Harriet Kaufman in Jacksonville. Go ahead, Harriet.
That was Hattie Kaufman. Hattie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hattie. Hattie Kaufman. Please go ahead and speak. You're unmuted. Hattie Kaufman in Jacksonville. Please go ahead and speak. Okay, well, Hattie has put in the chat, this does not seem to be properly placed as a sub bullet point. It is not a financial element. It should be a separate bullet. Okay, is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, wait, all right. All right, so that is correct, Susan. Hattie's suggestion is an amendment to move it down. So if I don't see any others who want to speak to this, so we're going to go ahead and vote. Okay, I see your motion, Janet, but first we have to vote on what is on the table. So Peggy, I'm going to ask you to read what is on the table one more time.
Promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and ability status in all publicly funded schools.
Remove it from the funding.
But I guess the question here really is moving this bullet from under funding and making it a separate bullet from funding. So just as funding, yeah. So I guess you would really, Leah, move it over to a darker, that closed in circle. Yes, one of the closed in circles, correct. And erase it from under the funding section.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
There are no hands raised. We are ready to vote.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand.
$15 more seconds. Time has expired. There are 123 participants raising their hand with one in the chat, 124. If you raise your hand after this, it will not be counted. The total is 124.
Thank you, Blake. Motion carries. Now we are on to another amendment, and this one is from Janet Hoffman in Collier County. She moves that we add socioeconomic status. And Janet, would you unmute and tell us where you would want that placed?
Just along the list, anywhere along the list in the areas, because there is discrimination against socioeconomic status.
Yes, okay, so it would be among the general list that Justice Quince just read before we voted, correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second to Janet's motion? Yes, we have a second from Charlotte. So let's go ahead and see if anyone wants to speak to Janet's motion. Okay, Cecile Schoon would like to speak. Cecile, go ahead.
Thank you, Patty. I was thinking along the lines of if you would accept a friendly amendment to add in nationality.
Cecile, we can do that, but not at this time. We've got to stay on this amendment before we add another amendment.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anyone else Margaret McGrath is moving that the word secular replace the word non-sectarian that was recently approved, but that would be a separate amendment. Okay. All right. I see that we've had seconds. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to Janet's motion regarding socioeconomic status? Okay, Margaret would like to speak. Margaret McGrath from Broward County.
Yeah, thank you. I support fully the idea that we should not discriminate against those with lower socioeconomic status. My concern is that if we place that in where it is, that it says we promote non-discrimination based on socioeconomic status, so that it would mean that we would support not doing anything extra for those with lower status. And I think they need something.
All right, thank you very much. Pam Maldonado, did you want to speak? Looks like you do. Go ahead.
I just have a little grammar comment saying if we're going to say socioeconomic status and ability status, we can say socioeconomic and ability status. Knock out that first status.
Agree. Thank you very much. Question from Beth. I'm sorry, but there is no one who can enter the convention right now. The voting has already started, and the rules of convention are once the voting has started, no one can enter and no one can exit. So once the voting is over, people can enter. I know there's some in the waiting room. That's unfortunate, but those are the rules of convention.
And we do have an upcoming break, and that will be an opportunity for folks to rejoin, so they won't have to wait much longer.
Right. And we have a point of clarification from Haley Richards. Is this correct procedure? We are adding to the original proposed program items as amended. Is this out of order? No, this is not out of order. This is traditionally what we do. Barbara Overton would like to speak.
Again, just back to grammar. If you take out the status, then you need to put an and before socioeconomic, but I would suggest we just leave status after socioeconomic.
Okay, thank you. Cecile, I see that you want to add nationality and citizenship, but that's a separate amendment. So let's deal with this first. So I see no one else wanting to speak. So Blake, are we ready to vote? We need to have everyone's hands down, please.
Is status going after socioeconomic back in?
Right now we're voting on socioeconomic status. Okay, looks like we have someone else wanting to speak. Melody, go ahead.
Yes. If we are referring to a public school system, someone please help me to understand. Already we have the community coming together. Why does socioeconomic status need to be added into that? We blend people based on where they live and participating in a public school system, I don't understand the socioeconomic status necessity.
Okay, let's see.
I'm feeling like it's a Christmas tree. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I don't understand why or how we go about asking that be the case. If we bring together based on a diversity of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and ability status, we're promoting diversity and non-discrimination based on that. The socioeconomic status is blended into that. Unless I'm missing something.
Okay, and what I'm going to do is have Janet Hoffman, who made this motion, speak to that. Janet, go ahead.
Okay, I have seen schools in poor areas not receive as much as other schools in the same district that have students of a higher economic status. I have also seen students within a classroom of different economic statuses be discriminated against based on their level of economic status. And this is not saying we don't need to do anything. It means we need to not discriminate. I mean, I think there's a difference between equity and equitable, and I'm talking about equity not being exactly equal.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Beth Hovine, you wish to speak?
Yes, I just want to I want to reinforce the notion that low-income families are discriminated against, even in the sense of where their children are able to go to school. Many do not have transportation for the magnet school systems or the specialty school systems. And I think that the schools need to be always aware of this. Also, in terms of the state rankings on reading ability and math ability, low-income students are still coming in very low on these rankings. So I do think we need to have that in there.
Thank you, Beth. And I want to echo something that Blake just put into the chat. If you request to speak, please add whether you are pro or con. Thank you. It looks like debate is over, and it is now time to vote on Ms. Hoffman's motion. So, Blake, are we ready to vote?
There's some eager beavers raising their hand too soon. Okay. We are now ready.
All right. All those in favor of Janet Hoffman's motion regarding adding socioeconomic status, raise your hand.
$15 more seconds. Time has expired with 118 raising their hand and 1 in the chat, 119.
All right, thank you, Blake. 119 ayes, so the motion carries. We have another suggested amendment from our first Vice President, Cecile Schoon. Cecile, go ahead.
Thank you, Patty. I would like to add in that same area that we're talking about right now. I'd like to add in nationality and citizenship.
Could you speak to your motion, please?
Yes, my experience in the schools is that there are times when a person's nationality, in the sense that they could be Mexican American, but they could still be American citizens, but they may speak with an accent or look a little different, or any other nationality. I know we've had issues with Asian Americans. Again, they're Americans, but their ethnic background is ascribed to their nationality, and they're referred to as being from another country. And then, of course, we have students who are allowed to go to public school regardless of their citizenship. And we do need to make sure that we put up guidelines for equal treatment and no discrimination for both of those groups.
Thank you, Cecile. I would like to point something out here. Denise Elliott, because I can see this turning into an endless conversation about those who are discriminated against in the United States. And let me be clear, we know that this is an incredibly serious problem. But Denise Elliott from Broward County has put a question into this chat box that I think is worth thinking about. Can anybody think of any other discriminated groups? Because if we keep going with adding more and more and more, instead of, if you look at the League of US's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement, it really includes everything that we have discussed here and more. If there isn't any other characteristic that can be identified as recognizing or illustrating diversity, that's something else that we could do. But I think at some point we're going to have to, we're going to do Cecile's suggestion. I'm not saying that we are not, but we are going to take up Cecile's motion. But I just want to caution our delegates about continuing to add more and more and more when we want to have an all-encompassing statement. So do we have a second to Cecile's motion? Amy Keith has seconded. Thank you. All right, so let's see. We're going to have debate. So if we get the clock ready. Barbara Overton would like to speak in favor. Barbara, go ahead.
Hey, Patty, I was actually speaking in favor of your comment. I want to just add some language from the DEI policy to capture everything else. So I'm not speaking, I'm in favor of this, this addition. I think it's a good one.
Thank you. Okay. Denise, I'm not sure if you have a comment that you want to make to the body. I say that you object to all discrimination, so I think that we would all agree with that. We've been asked to read the League of US's diversity statement. We can pull that up on their website. Leah Nash, our executive director, would you please pull the League of US's diversity statement up so that everybody can see it? Oh, Barbara has put it in. Thank you. And everyone can read. I'll go ahead. The League of Women Voters is an organization fully committed to diversity, equity, inclusion in principle and in practice. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are central to the organization's current and future success in engaging all individuals, households, communities, and policymakers in creating a more perfect democracy. There shall be no barriers to full participation in this organization on the basis of gender, gender identity, ethnicity, race, native or indigenous origin, age, generation, sexual orientation, culture, religion, belief system, marital status, parental status, socioeconomic status, language, accent, ability status, mental health, educational level or background, geography, nationality, work style, work experience, job role function, thinking style, personality type, physical appearance, political perspective or affiliation, and or any other characteristic that can be identified as recognizing or illustrating diversity. We have a motion on the floor. Then we have another suggestion from another member, which I think is a good one, which I will take up. But let's have the motion on the floor from Cecile, which has been seconded. We have that motion on the floor. Let's go ahead and debate on that. Not debate, I think that we have debated. But let's go ahead and vote on that, and then I will take Robin Cook's suggested amendment up. Blake, are we ready to vote?
Ready to vote.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so all those in favor, please continue to raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. Time has expired with 111 raising their hand and 1 in the chat. 112.
Okay, thank you, Blake. So 112, the motion has carried. Let me just speak to Robin's suggestion. Robin says, why not just adopt for our program the League of US statement? But we're under education right now, and Pat has informed me this would be under, that would just apply to everything that we do. Diversity, equity, and inclusion applies across the board to everything we do. League of US has asked all state and local leagues to take into consideration DEI on every single decision that is made. Okay, so Beth has made a motion that the League of US statement should serve as a preface to our entire state program for 21 to 23. Is there a second? There is a second from Gayla. Okay, I'm seeing plenty of seconds. Does anyone want to speak to Beth's motion? Okay, it looks like no one wants to speak to the motion. So Blake, are we ready to vote?
Would it go up here above government in Florida? That would where it would go?
Susan, what we're voting on is the motion by Beth Hovine that the League of US statement should serve as a preface to our entire state program for 21 to 2023.
Madam President, point of order.
Who's speaking, please?
Ann Smith, Volusia, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
We haven't voted on the last motion as amended twice, have we?
Yes, we have, I believe. I'm double checking. The last motion we voted on was from Cecile Schoon on nationality.
Right, but that means we've amended twice. Don't we have to vote on the motion as amended?
I think she's
right. Yes,
I do think so, because I have it as green. So
okay.
When it's the aqua, it's the amendment to the amendment, and this is the amendment.
Thank you. You are correct. So, Justice Quince, would you read what we are voting on?
Peggy, you are not unmuted.
We are now voting on the proposed amendment that has been amended several times. Promote diversity and non-discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, nationality, citizenship, socioeconomic status, and ability status in all publicly funded schools.
As a separate bullet.
And it's a separate bullet point, not under I guess that was promote equity and equitable funding. This is a separate bullet point under our education, a separate action point under education.
Thank you, Justice Smith. So now, if you have any hands raised, Blake, we need to put them down. Blake, are we ready to vote?
We're ready to vote.
All right, all those in favor of this motion that Justice Quince just read, please raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. Time has expired. 122 raising their hands, with one in the chat, 123.
All right, the motion is carried with 123 ayes. Now we go to Beth Hovine's motion. Let me find it. Her motion is that the League of U.S. Diversity Statement should serve as a preface to our entire state program for 2021 through 2023. And we did have a second on that from Norrin Dollard of Hillsborough County. Does anyone want to speak to this motion? Okay, Allison, if you want to speak, please remember to put pro or con by your name. So I'm going to call on Nancy Estrada, and Nancy, you need to let me know if you're speaking pro or con.
It's more of a clarification. Sorry.
Okay, wait, hang on a second. I'm hearing crosstalk, so please make sure you're muted. I have called on Allison. Blake, I think that you're unmuted. Please mute. Okay, so Allison, are you?
Yes, I'm ready. This is Allison Westcott from Collier County. I'd like to speak in support of this amendment because as members of the League of Women Voters US, we are called to speak with one voice. So I think it makes sense for us to adopt this language at the front of our program statement, or our state program for 2021 to 23. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another, I don't see a con, but I see another pro here, and that is from Linda Thompson. Linda, go ahead.
Well, I would just reiterate what you just heard. I think it is incumbent on all of us to realize that putting the DEI lens on everything is part of our league duties. So I am definitely pro doing this amendment.
Thank you. All right, Blake, if you could lower all of the hands that have been raised previously. We're going to have to vote in a moment if there is no one else who wishes to speak.
We're able to vote now.
Okay, because I see 118. Okay, we're able to go ahead and vote. So all those in favor of basically the adoption as a preface of the League of US position to all things in our program from 21 to 23, raise your hand.
$15 more seconds. Time has expired. 125 participants raising their hand when time expired. No one in the chat, so 125.
All right, so the motion has carried. Thank you very much. And at this time, we're a little bit over the time that we should have taken a break. So I'm going to call a 10-minute break. It is 11 o'clock, so please be back here at 10 after 11. Thank you.
All right, folks, we're about to begin. I have let everyone back in from the waiting room. We will begin shortly.
Hi, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break. We are going to resume our program discussion and debate and adoption or not. But first, I'd like to call on Sharon Lynn, our credentials chair, for a credentials report. Sharon.
Well, hello, I'm still, we are actually still in flux a little bit. It looks like it will require, hang on a sec. It looks like it'll require 84 people for a vote. If everyone were to vote, 50% or a majority of 50% plus the one person would be 83 people. So, and that would only be in the instance of everyone voting. Now, hang on. And for in the event, and I don't know that we will have one, but in the event that we needed a 2/3 vote, we would be at 111 people for a 2/3 vote. And we do have a quorum. I think you're muted, Patty.
Sharon, thank you. We just had one other person join.
And that will be our last person joining.
Yes. And let me just explain. I'm sorry, Sharon, go ahead.
That changes, hang on, sorry.
And another one is being admitted right now.
No one else will be allowed to join.
No one else will be allowed.
My co-hosts do not let anyone in.
All right, so my suggestion would be that, you know, somebody tell a joke or tap dance. Let's see.
Well,
so now we are at 85. If all people were to vote, that would be representative of a majority vote.
85?
Yes. And
all
that's,
right.
as earlier explained by Pat Drago, that would be assuming that everybody signed on ended up voting.
All right. Well,
I don't
Sharon,
think we need a 2/3 figure, but if you do, just let me know.
Okay, we will do that. And Sharon, thank you very much for your patience. This is not an easy job in person, but it's a little tougher in virtual reality. And let me just speak to that. I know a number of you were in the waiting room during the voting, and it just like at an in-person convention, you have to be in the gallery for the plenary session by a certain time, and if you're not, they close the doors. You can't get in, and those inside can't go out during voting. So we've had to do the same thing. And I know it must have been frustrating for you to have to be in the waiting room and watching on YouTube and not being able to participate. But we have to do this so we make sure that we have an accurate voting count, just as we would do in person. So thank you for your patience. And now we can proceed. I'm going to turn this back over to our program chair, Justice Quince.
All right, thank you. We have had multiple amendments to our proposed education program. Are there any further amendments?
Yes, Peggy, we have one more. I'll go ahead and read it. This is from Susan in Jacksonville. She has an amendment under education to add support requirements for the state and local capital outlay funds, and the assets they purchase must be able to be recouped by the school district before capital outlay funding can be released to a charter school. Is there a second?
Is the language in the chat?
Susan's language is in the chat. If you scroll up, it's right after Richard. Richard, the bullet point, yes, that's going to be remain to answer your question. It's right under Richard. It's amendment under education.
Yes. Is this where you would like it, where the green is? Or would it go up here under?
Is that a new bullet point or does that go under the funding original bullet point? Leah, if you could move it up.
Okay, I believe this will go under funding.
The one that says promote adequate and equitable funding, that would be another sub point under that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a second on Susan's motion.
Hearing no, sir.
I don't see a second. Okay, Charlotte has seconded. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion on the table? Okay, we have a pro. Please put up the clock. There's 6 minutes total for debate. Well, Susan, you made the motion, so I'm looking for other people to. You can speak to your motion, but I would like to see if there are others who want to speak. So I will have you speak to your motion after we have debate.
She makes a motion, she speaks to the.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I've just been corrected by our parliamentarian that Susan, go ahead and speak to your motion, please.
I think you can hear me. So
yes.
My information is on my county, but I'm fairly sure that it applies to other counties throughout Florida. We just passed a sales surtax referendum in our county, and we originally started talking about it in 2019. And we wanted to raise this revenue because we have school buildings in our county as old as 100 years old, many as old as 50 years old. So there had been polls, and it did pass by 70%, but even in 2019, there was polls that like 80% of the people in the county wanted to raise this revenue to repair our neighborhood school buildings. So, but then the state legislature passed a bill that made us give part of our capital outlay funds to charter schools on a per student basis rather than a needs basis, so that instead of this money going to raise money to repair. Oh, I ran out of time. Okay. Do I have to stop?
Okay, thank you, Susan. Let's see. Does anyone want to speak pro or con to Susan's motion? If so, please put into the chat. Okay, Sally has a clarification. Sally, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm just confused because this is going on so long, but I thought if we're adding a new bullet point, that's a new action item. And I thought action items were supposed to be submitted last night. So I'm confused as to whether we're amending things that are already there or we're adding new things. So I just like to understand that better. Thank you.
Well, I can tell you that these are not action items. That you're correct. They were due last night. This is something that we're adding to what is already in study and action.
These are issues for action.
These are issues for action. Right, not action items. Correct. Okay, so please, if you wish to speak to Sally's motion that is on the table.
Susan's motion.
Susan, I apologize, Susan. Please go ahead and place in the chat pro or con that you wish to speak. Okay, and I'm going to ask you a question, Susan. Bill Johnson does not understand what you mean must be able to be recouped.
There is actually a Florida statute that says that capital outlay fund should be recouped. So what it means is that if a charter school closes, then the capital outlay fund, say they bought some computer equipment. Well, that computer equipment needs to be returned to the school district because we bought it for the community. So the charter school can't close and give those computers to a private school or sell them on their own. We bought it with our taxpayer money, and if the charter school closes, the school district should be able to recoup the money, and it should be in the charter contract.
And that would also include the building, from what I understand. Thank you, Susan. All right. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to Susan's motion, pro or con? If not, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and call the vote. Okay, Blake, please lower all hands. Are we ready to vote?
Yes, ready to vote.
Okay, all those in favor of Susan's motion, please raise your hand. What we're voting on is the highlighted green statement, support requirements that state local and capital outlay funds and the assets they purchase must be able to be recouped by the school district before capital outlay funding can be released to the charter school. That is what we are voting on.
$15 more seconds. Time has expired. 121 participants voting with one in the chat, 122 votes.
122 votes, the motion carries. Thank you very much. And we need to move on from education now. And I'm going to turn back to our program chair, Justice Quince.
All right. If there are no further amendments to our proposed education program, I would like a motion to adopt the entire Education in Florida program for 21 through 2023.
Okay. Christine Campbell Gabor. Christine, do you have a motion? Would you please speak to, do you have a motion on education?
Patty, there is a recommended establish a statewide civics education subcommittee under the state education committee, but that was recommended and would be included in everything, I think.
Okay, that's correct. Okay, that is correct. That would be included. So go ahead, Peggy, again, so everyone will know that we're voting on the program.
We are voting on the entire program under education in Florida, and it does in fact include the statement that we would establish a statewide civics education subcommittee under the State Education Committee. So your question is, it is included in the program, and without any further amendments, we are ready to vote on the entire Education in Florida program.
Excuse me, this is Margaret McGrath from Broward. I had asked for a motion to change the word non-sectarian to secular, and somehow it's gotten lost.
All right, Margaret, thank you. Nikki, is this the motion you were asking that is being ignored apparently? Okay, well, I guess we have, okay, thank you, Nikki. I guess we have missed a motion. So I would like to ask, I apologize, I forgot who just spoke, but whoever it was, please speak again and state that motion.
This is Margaret McGrath, and I move that we remove the word non-sectarian that we agreed in the prior amendment a while back and replace it with the word secular. I had voted for the word non-sectarian, but I'm now told that that can still be religious and that the word secular is a better word.
Thank you for that clarification. Pamela Maldonado has seconded. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? I see a con. Susan, let's put up 6 minutes for total debate. Let's put up the clock. Susan, you have 1 minute to speak as an opponent to the motion.
I think the word secular is misunderstood, and sometimes it means separation of church and state. Sometimes people think it means atheist. So I think the word non-sectarian is clearer, that we're trying not to have any schools that are sectarian. So non-sectarian is the opposite of sectarian. So I feel it's a better word. So I oppose changing non-sectarian to secular.
Thank you. Amy Keith, you're in the pro column to speak next.
I would say that sectarian implies that it's relevant to religious sects, so it does not include people who are not a member of any religion or any sect of every religion. So I think that it would, non-sectarian doesn't necessarily include atheist, whereas secular, I believe, would imply non-religious overall.
Thank you, Amy. And just to respond to a comment from Marty, when the yes votes are clearly a majority, we are not calling for no votes.
Just for the sake of time.
For the sake of time, because we are going to go over time if we add more to this than is necessary. All right, Wendy wants to speak to the pro. Wendy Rydell, go ahead.
Yes, this is Wendy Rydell from Collier County. In my experience, non-sectarian has referred to various denominations of Protestant, well, just to various Protestant denominations, and historically was used to exclude other religions, not just the non-religious, but religions such as Catholicism, Judaism, and Islam.
Thank you, Wendy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this motion? Okay, I believe we are ready to vote. I have a question from Blake Summerlin for our parliamentarian. Do we need to remove the inclusion now from education?
That whole statement that we had,
No, we do not.
we can leave it in there.
Okay. All right. So we are ready to vote. Please lower all hands, Blake, before we vote. And give me the go-ahead.
There are no hands raised. We are good to go.
Okay. All those in favor of Margaret's change to the use of the word secular, please raise your hand in support.
$15 more seconds to raise your hand. Time has expired. 96 raising their hand with 2 in the chat, which would equal 98.
All right, we have 98 yays, so the motion has carried. Thank you very much. All right, Lynn Fenster has a question. Lynn, you're recognized. Lynn, yes.
My question is, if I remember correctly, there were other instances of non-sectarian throughout. Are those being changed as well? I could be wrong with what I'm remembering, but.
We'll do a word search and check on that, Lynn.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to return to the adoption of this education program, and I'm going to ask Justice Quince to go ahead and let us know. He's going to read it for us. No, we're not going to read the whole thing.
At this point, if there are no other amendments, we are ready to vote on our proposed education program as it has been amended today.
Okay.
I need a motion. It's moved and seconded.
Okay, we've got a motion from Deborah Chandler in Palm Beach County, and we have a second from Bridget Elliott. So now, is there anyone who would like to speak to the motion? I don't see anyone wishing to speak to this motion. So Blake, are we ready to call the vote?
We are ready to call the vote, but I do want to point to folks that if you want to make a motion, you need to write in the chat. The only thing that hands are being used for our program is to vote when we call for a vote. So if you're raising your hand to make a motion, it is not going to be recognized. But with that being said, I will lower any hands that are open, and we are ready to vote.
Okay, and I believe you need to lower one more hand. Please do not raise your hands. We're not voting yet. Please do not raise your hands. We're not voting. Let me know, Blake, when we're ready.
No hands are raised. We are ready to vote.
All right, all those in favor of the adoption of this education in Florida, these program proposals that we have agreed upon today with the amendments, all those in favor, raise your hand.
$15 more seconds. All right, time has expired. 144 raising their hands with 2 in the chat, which is on 146.
Okay, 146 yays. Motion has carried. Thank you very much all for a good discussion and debate. And we're moving on. Justice Quince?
The next section of our proposed program is Justice in Florida. Are there any proposed amendments or motions involving the program Justice in Florida?
Yes, this is Jennifer. I'm not, can I speak to it and then type it in?
Jennifer, you're recognized.
Thank you. So if I'm want to make sure, if I want to add an amendment or add something to it, I need to type it in the chat first?
Yes, you do, please.
Okay, all right. Then I will, if you give me a second, a few minutes, then I'll go ahead and do that. I just didn't want it to move forward without saying something.
Okay, and this is specifically under Justice in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. We'll give you a couple of minutes to type that in. Okay, Jennifer has written her motion to promote a unified court system. ACEs I'm not sure what ACEs means, so you may need to clarify that, Jennifer, when you speak to your motions. ACEs and implicit bias, continued education training for judges, judicial accountability, and requiring all levels of Florida courts to provide a written opinion for the basis of their ruling when issuing an order. Focus on victim safety and cover civil and criminal justice system responses to domestic violence and all forms of abuse, mental, emotional, and financial. Support a civil justice system for all that provides for equitable representation for all. And that is Jennifer's motion.
Patty?
Yes, Marisol, you're recognized.
This is Marisol from Miami-Dade. Can we spell out what she indicated that ACEs means?
Yes, I'm going to ask her to clarify that. I was just consulting with the parliamentarian for a moment. Thank you, Marisol.
Thank you.
To the board. Okay, I've gotten some questions here, which I was just going to speak to actually. For one, Elaine, why wonder why these changes weren't requested by local leagues? I will say this, Jennifer, I admire your proposal, but this is the kind of extensive proposal that should have been sent in to our office by the deadline so that the state board could consider it. It is a multi-layered proposal. It's complex, and it was one that the full state board should have discussed. And I believe that the time passed for that to happen. And so, Jennifer, I ask that you consider that carefully I see that Gayla Larson has agreed because this truly is something that should have gone as a program proposal to the State Board of Directors for the State Board to consider it as a recommended or non-recommended program item.
Okay, understood. Then I'll pull that off.
All right, Jennifer, thank you very much. All right, let's proceed. Go ahead, Justice Quince.
Are there any other suggested amendments concerning justice in Florida?
Patty?
If there are no
Okay.
additional amendments.
Let me, thank you, Peg. Let me just, Marisol, you were recognized.
Thank you so much, Patty. Marisol from Miami-Dade. Is there any way that we can keep parts of what Jennifer suggested or add to it regarding specifically the portion on accountability, or saying, what was it? I can't remember what it said. That they should provide the basis, requiring to provide written opinion for the basis of the ruling when issuing an order, or the part about requesting training for judges on implicit bias, or is that too much and should wait?
Well, we have a suggestion actually from Blake Summerlin. We could make it support a civil justice system that provides for equitable representation for all.
I guess it will be up to Jennifer to decide.
Would you like to consider what Blake has proposed and amend your motion?
Sure. So I understand about some of the specifics on there. So if it is appropriate to put forth the support for equal representation of all, and perhaps maybe the accountability component of that, then perhaps then the board, I don't know if there can be further discussion on the specific actions down the road, like I had put forth with the training and some of the specific kinds of training. If that's appropriate, then that sounds good to me.
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand.
Well, I just okay. Sorry. So I am agree with because that was kind of one of my items, and with what Blake put in for equal representation for all, and I would like to add the accountability component of that as well, if that is appropriate.
I see what you're saying. And Lynn Finster has commented here that some of what you're proposing, Jennifer, can be handled by directions to the board.
Okay, and that was kind of what I was asking about before. If then the specific components of that addressing the overall is appropriate down the road by the board.
So you can make, at the end of today, we will have directions to the board, and you can give this as a direction to the board.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. So then I would put forth what Blake has written in there, as well as add the accountability portion, please.
Okay, so are you saying that you want to make a motion that supports a civil justice system that provides for equitable representation for all right now? Or are you saying that you want to make that a direction to the board?
I would like to put that forth right now, and then and the accountability component right now, and then down the road for directions to the board, the other specifics that I had put in my original.
Okay,
suggestion.
and the accountability portion was?
Where would you like to add that, Jennifer? Just read it out. Support a civil justice system that provides for equitable representation for all. And where would you like to include accountability in that sentence?
And judicial accountability, if that is appropriate, or just an accountability. So for, let me see. So I guess for representation and equitable representation equitable representation and accountability for all.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. So, do we have a second on the motion, support a civil justice system that provides for equitable representation and accountability for all? We have a second from Linda Pryor. Let's see. Okay, Carol has said above, the DEI policy covers everything. We don't have to nitpick every position. That's true. DEI does cover everything that we're talking about here. All of this. And that—
sorry, this is Jen. I didn't know if I can address that.
Please.
So the equal representation, I think needs to be specific, because that is something specifically also in the civil side, there's not equitable representation.
Okay. All right. So you want to leave it out of civil? Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying that civil actually limits it?
No, I would like to keep the civil in. I'm just saying that representation, there is not, I don't think the DEI covers having,
okay.
access to representation for all.
Okay, and Cecile has a clarification. Do you mean to leave out criminal justice?
Absolutely not.
So you need to add that in, civil and criminal justice system. You okay with that, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so here is the motion. Support a civil and criminal justice system that provides for equitable representation and accountability for all. So it looks like we're going to have some debate. We have 6 minutes total for debate. Please get the clock ready. We have a position by Mark Songer. Mark, you have 1 minute for debate.
I'd like to reemphasize your comment earlier, Patty, that this is a substantial change to the issues for action that was not considered by the board of directors as either recommended or not recommended, and I oppose this addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Does anyone else want to speak in debate? Okay, Bill Johnson has a con. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm troubled by the wording there that I don't understand. Accountability from who? Are you saying that the person that is charged must be accountable for their crimes? Or I'd like to have further consideration of what the words mean.
Okay, Jennifer, would you clarify that for Bill Johnson, please?
Sure. Judicial accountability.
Okay, so accountability by the judiciary, correct?
You're talking about the judges, or you're talking about prosecution, the police, or the defendant that's been charged with a crime?
Judicial.
Meaning the judges.
Okay,
yes.
I'm gonna roll this back, everybody. This is a very complicated motion, even edited down. It truly does need to be dug into by the state board. And Jennifer, I do truly appreciate your intent here. I know you are passionate about this issue. And Kathy Wynn has put in that it also appears that what has been added here is already covered in the preface statement in the section. So Jennifer, I would like to reiterate my original suggestion that this be given to the board as directions to the board at the end of the convention today. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would agree to that. Can I ask one thing then for the amendment then to add into what's already been put forth? It says criminal. I would then ask to amend to just put civil as well, add the word civil as well.
Okay, well, I'm going to I'm going to turn to our program chair, who is a former Supreme Court justice, and she has some good points to make. Justice Quinn?
I really think that this is a much more complicated issue than what the words may suggest. And if you were talking about accountability, that judges be accountable, it is a very, very complicated situation that is going to probably have to be addressed by the Chief Justice. When I read your other thing, the proposal before about making sure that judges and continue implicit bias training, there's been something from the Chief Justice very recently on that issue. And so without us looking at what is already going on, I think this is a very, I don't want to use the word dangerous, but I think it's too complicated an issue for us to discuss in 6 minutes and have a grasp of what it really means. So I would concur with Patty and ask that this be taken off of our program, proposed program at this time, because it really needs to be studied before we make a decision.
Thank you, Justice Quinn. Jennifer, would you please respond? I think Justice Quince makes an adequate point. This is something that the new board can dig into. And of course, you're on the slate for the new board. And if you could withdraw your motion and include it as a direction to the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I would try it again. And I would just ask them if the word civil can be added to what's already there that's listed.
Where?
Under the first paragraph where it says criminal, I would just say, would add and civil. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's easy. Thank you. All right, so Jennifer has made a motion that under justice in Florida, we add civil after criminal. So support a criminal and civil, that's the addition, and civil highlighted in green, justice system. So we have a move to approve, a second. Is there any debate? All right, I don't see any. Okay, I do see some. All right, so we're gonna have 6 minutes. Civil is what? All right, let's set up the clock. Blake, we've got some debate.
Who seconded that motion?
Let's see, Monica Elliott. Okay, so let's hear from a con, and that would be Jean Finks of Charlotte County. Jean, go ahead. Jean, go ahead, please speak to your opposition.
As a retired lawyer, I have to point out that only the criminal justice system, and I'm from Charlotte County, emphasizes diversion, deflection, rehabilitation, and alternatives to incarceration. The words "and civil" are not appropriate in this case.
Thank you. We also have a con from Melody Crease. Melody, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I concur with what Jean said. That's what I was going to point out as a former prosecutor. This is not the correct place for the civil justice system using the diversion, deflection, rehabilitation alternatives and incarceration.
Okay, I saw Etheline weigh in above. Etheline, did you want to speak to this? Etheline Jones.
I wanted to emphasize that we do not anywhere in the state league's webpage or the statements of our policies even mention race or implicit systemic bias. I think that's inexcusable.
Thank you. Thank you, Ethelene. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion does indeed cover that. So I don't see any further cons here. I see a lot of agreement within the chat box. So I am going to go ahead and call the vote. Blake, are we ready to call the vote?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, so what we're doing is we are adding the words and civil. So the full sentence would read, support a criminal and civil justice system that emphasizes diversion and deflection, rehabilitation, and alternatives to incarceration. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. I'm going to.
30 more seconds. Okay, time has expired, and I believe there were 33 voting yes with their hands in the chat, and no 33 hands raised, no one in the chat.
Okay, so 33 have voted yes. We are now going to take a no vote. So Blake, if you lower all hands and let me know when we can proceed with those in opposition.
All hands have been lowered.
Okay, please don't raise your hand until we go ahead and give you the go ahead. Are we ready to vote, Blake?
We are ready to vote. To clarify, this is voting no.
Okay, all those in opposition to this motion to add and civil, raise your hand in opposition.
Thirty more seconds. Okay, there were 107 participants raising their hand with one in the chat. That is 108 in opposition.
Thank you very much. And that means the motion has failed. I do see in the chat that there is an amendment from Wendy Rydell, quote, legal services in both criminal and civil matters. Wendy, I'm not sure what you mean. Could you please speak to your amendment?
Yes, my understanding of the opposition to the previous amendment was that the inclusion of civil was misplaced in a statement emphasizing diversion, deflection, etc. But I believe the intent was to ensure equal access to legal services in both criminal and civil matters. And that's why I'm proposing that language be added to the first sentence. That's the point of my amendment.
The first sentence, the legal services for both civil and criminal.
Okay, so Wendy, you were proposing in the first sentence to add legal services in both criminal and civil matters. Is that correct?
It has legal services. She wants.
Yes, that is correct.
It has legal services, so she wants to add in both civil.
Okay. Okay, it has legal services, so you want to add in civil.
In both criminal and civil.
In both criminal and civil. Okay, and Sally, I see that you had an amendment previously, but we're on this amendment now, so if you'll be patient, I will get to your amendment. Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor, a motion for an amendment from Wendy Rydell. Is there a second? We don't need the timer yet. Is there a second? All right, we have a second out of Orange County from Eve Barber. Now, let's see. Wendy, we've had some questions regarding your motion. Could you please give a concrete example of what this would mean?
Well, it would mean access to legal services in civil matters as well as criminal matters. You know, that's basically it. I mean, if we want to support DEI in the justice system, then, you know, excluding people on the basis of their ability to pay for services seems contrary to the DEI principles.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do we have any debate? We have a question from Susan to the maker of this motion. The taxpayers would fund attorneys to sue other people. Is that correct?
Potentially, yes. I mean, we have cases where people face eviction and can't get legal services without taxpayer funds, you know, providing those services. Certainly in domestic abuse situations, we have cases where people are unable to get their own lawyers.
Okay, thank you. And Jennifer has pointed out civil matters cover domestic violence, stalking, and harassment. It looks like we're going to have some debate, so please set up the clock for debate. We have 6 minutes total for debate with 1 minute per speaker. We have a con from Jean Finks. Jean, go ahead.
The opening sentence says support a judicial system, which includes both criminal and civil. This is duplicative and it's not needed. And to add civil matters to the point of legal services would be to add a totally new right, which is not there now. And it certainly would be bigger than this 6 minute conversation could include. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Another con from Marty. Marty, go ahead.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it's already implied. Legal services implies all legal services, and it would be redundant.
Thank you, Marty. There is a question to the maker of this motion from Mark Songer. Are there other matters not covered by criminal and civil, or is this already covered within the current language?
I'm not a lawyer, so I was basically trying to take the intent of the previous motion and move it into a more appropriate place in this program item. So I'm not really can't address whether there is something other than criminal or civil. Perhaps one of the lawyers can.
Okay, let's hear from Melody Crease from St. Lucie County. Go ahead, Melody.
While understanding that domestic issues would be included in the civil matters, I think civil matters is too broad of a frame to say civil matters, because it opens it up to possibilities or to resources that just are not available now. And would not be available. It's too broad of a matter. So I would say no.
Okay. All right, I don't see any others who want to speak. I see a lot of people saying that they agree with Jean, who has spoken. So I think that it is time for us to call the vote. Blake, let me know when we're ready to call the vote.
We are ready.
Okay. All those in favor I'm sorry, of Wendy's, this was the amendment, legal services in both criminal and civil matters. Was that the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of adding that amendment, please raise your hand.
Thirty more seconds. Ten more seconds. Time has expired. 23 participants raising their hands and none in the chat.
All right, thank you very much. 23 have voted to approve. We're going to take a vote, no vote. So please raise this, lower those hands, Blake, and we will proceed for a vote for those in opposition of this motion.
We are not voting yet. Please do not raise your hands.
Please do not raise your hand until I call the vote.
All hands have been lowered. We're good to begin.
Okay, I see Susan there's one still raised. Okay. All right, please lower your hand. I have not called the vote. Thank you. All right, all those in favor of this motion. I'm sorry, thank you. All those opposed to this motion, raise your hand.
Thirty more seconds. Time has expired. Just 1 second, technical difficulties. To aid in this, I need someone to put their hand up and they can take it right back down or vice versa. Whatever you're voting, I just need someone to do a little motion for the number pops back up. Thank you. All right. I'm going to call for 15 more seconds, and that will be your final vote. Okay, 112 at the time expired.
And I believe there's one in the chat also, Blake.
One in the chat.
Okay. All right, so the motion has failed. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to speak to a couple of the comments in the chat, which I completely agree with. And briefly addressed earlier. These items were not sent to the state board for consideration. They are well-intentioned items, but we gave our members we sent out a number of announcements with deadlines for recommended program items. And we received all of the ones that were sent, and the board went over carefully all of the recommended program items. The 2 non-recommended program items were withdrawn by those who recommended them. But we received many recommended program items. We cannot continue to add in program items in this convention that were not received and vetted and voted on by the board, or we will be here not just all day, but we'll be here all night. So I understand that you want the best for the state of Florida, but we have to stick with the program, and we're getting off track. So from this point going forward, we're only going to deal with the recommended program items and not take any new. You had an opportunity last night to turn in action motions by 7 p.m. Eastern, and you'll also have an opportunity today to give directions to the board. But going forward today, we're only going to deal with the recommended program items that were vetted and voted on by the state board. Thank you. So Justice Quince, I'll turn it back over to you.
With that being said, I ask if there are any other amendments to what is being proposed, any amendment to the language, etc. Otherwise, we will be ready to vote on justice in Florida.
We have a motion to approve the justice in Florida language. Is there a second? Okay, and we have a second from Bill Johnson. Okay, unless we want to debate, we can go ahead and call the vote. Lake, let me know.
We are ready to vote.
Oh, and Sally has withdrawn her amendment. Thank you, Sally. Okay, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of this adoption of justice in Florida, please raise your hand.
Thirty more seconds. Time has expired. There is 1 in the chat and 134 participants with their hands raised, equaling 135.
Okay, the motion has carried. Thank you very much. Back to Justice Quince.
All right, we are now ready for the next section, and it's social action. There are a couple of proposed changes to our social policy in Florida. Are there any questions, discussions, or amendments to the proposed items? Someone wants Pat.
Sorry about that, Justice Quince. Let me first speak to Amy Keith. Under gun safety, the 4th bullet, prior to proposing this addition, was any study or investigation done with regards to potential racial bias and how such a law would be enforced. Could you go to that 4th bullet, please, Leah? I don't think there was. We did not receive any information, to my knowledge, that, could you please go back to that? Thank you. We did not receive any information, to my knowledge, with study or data that would go to supporting changes in the law to make lying on a background check punishable by law. So this may be a further position for study. Yeah. This was recommended by the board. So it could very well be that if this is something that we're going to need to debate, because this was recommended by the board. So we will debate that, Amy. And let me go back up to, we have been asked by Susan from Jacksonville that if Pat Drago could speak on Robert's Rules of Order and what we can amend.
You can amend the language as proposed, but we cannot, I think, within what's been sent to the board, we cannot begin to add totally new ideas, concepts, programs, or issues. So I think, for example, I know there were a couple of things that were talked about, and what we have done is amending language to make sure that it does not change the intent or the direction. And so that's what we've been doing, is amending and fine tuning. But when we begin to bring in a whole another array of issues, that I believe is beyond the scope of this program. It's not really a Robert's Rules of Order idea so much as it is within the league bylaws. We are here, there's a procedure to propose a program, to propose changes to the program, to have it considered by the board, then it's sent to the delegates to come. You delegates are come with as a directed vote representing your local leagues on these items. This is not, we're not subject to huge amendment within the convention. We are subject to certainly an amendment that refines or improves the total, the direction of the program as is proposed.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, going through, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Justice Quince. I ask that when we speak to the points under social policy, we go through them in order if possible. So
under social policy concerns our support of the ERA, are there any wording changes, amendments to that particular aspect? Support ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. I see a question about the guns, but right now we're talking about the Equal Rights Amendment. Are there any clarifications or amendments to that section? Support ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment, ERA, by the Florida legislature and passage of a resolution by U.S. Congress to remove the deadline. Okay.
Justice Quince, I don't see any comments on ERA.
Well, then let's move on then to gun safety.
Healthcare.
Where's healthcare?
I made a motion.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, now we're at children at families. And then we also do have, excuse me, I need to recognize you before you speak. How we do.
Hattie Kaufman from Jacksonville First Coast.
Go ahead.
I put into chat a couple of times a question, and I don't know whether anybody saw it, but would a resolution actually affect an extension of the time to ratify the ERA?
Well, Pat has just made a very good point. It depends on what the resolution says.
Patty.
Okay, hang on a second, please. Identify yourself and your league so I can recognize you.
Patty, Robin from Sanibel.
Go ahead.
I guess I'm trying to just ask a question about when is the deadline to ratify the ERA at this point? So, I mean, what deadline are we talking about removing in a so-called resolution? I thought we were way past the deadline, or when was it extended to?
I think we are way past the deadline.
So what does this mean?
Well, we do know that the League of Women Voters has long supported the Equal Rights Amendment.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, and I believe there are 2 more states for ratification. And I don't think Florida has ratified it.
Well, then maybe we need to change the language to remove any deadlines, currently in the works that are, that are now current to ratify the ERA. Somehow this is missing something.
Okay,
Robin, information.
Robin, would you like to amend the language?
Yes. Passage of a resolution by the U.S. Congress to remove any remaining deadlines to ratify the ERA. To remove any remaining deadlines or outstanding deadlines. Outstanding deadlines to ratify the ERA.
Right. And thank you, Stacy, for putting in the chat. The deadline for ratification of the state has long expired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Robin, and thank you, Stacy. So here is the language that we are going to debate on or vote. And it's the highlighted language in green: to remove any outstanding deadlines to ratify the ERA. Now, I have seen some cons in here. So we're going to go ahead and open it up for debate. We have 6 minutes for debate with 1 minute per speaker. If you want to speak pro or con, please indicate pro or con in the chat box. We'll go ahead and set up the timer. Okay, Meta Calder wishes to speak in opposition.
Okay. Well, I certainly support the Equal Rights Amendments personally. It seems to me there ought to be in the law and in our legislative process a final date for things. Just like, for example, the election last November. Just because some people didn't like the result, they keep counting the ballots. Similarly, while we might not have liked the fact that all the states did not approve of it, there needs to be finality to our congressional actions. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Monica Elliott, who would like to speak in favor.
Yes, thank you. Passage of the ERA is supported by the League of Women Voters of the U.S., and I have the link if you would like it. And the message received from President Deborah Ann Turner on March 1st explains it. Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the ERA in January 2020, which means that 3/4 of the states have ratified the ERA. There was a joint resolution introduced in Congress on January 21st, 2021 to remove the deadline entirely. Similar joint resolutions have been introduced before in Congress, but so far have not passed both the House and Senate. Therefore, the League of Women Voters should support passage of the current resolution, and if this one fails, any future similar resolutions that might be introduced in Congress. Although it's not necessary for Florida to pass the ERA, the Florida legislature should do so as a symbolic gesture, just as it finally passed the 19th Amendment, allowing us to vote on May 13th, 1969, 49 years after it was certified. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that we have gone through our debate. I don't see any others who wish to speak in favor or in opposition. So Blake, are we ready to vote?
You eager beavers, put your hands down. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, we have a person who needs a clarification. Susan, go ahead, unmute your microphone.
I was reading through the chat, and so I'm just a little bit confused because we wanted to say resolution by the U.S. Congress to remove any outstanding deadlines. I thought somebody said maybe we should remove all the deadlines. I'm not saying pro or con to this issue. I just wanted some clarification on what people are saying in the chat. Thank you.
What we are voting on is, if you look at the phrase support the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment in yellow, we are voting on the highlighted text in green to remove any outstanding deadlines to ratify the ERA. So that is what we're about to vote on. Okay, so let's get ready to vote. All those in favor of approving this addition, please put your hands down until we vote. All those in favor of the approval of, quote, removing any outstanding deadlines, unquote, to ratify the ERA, raise your hand.
Only voting on the amendment. 30 more seconds.
And then we're moving on.
Time has expired. 110 participants with their hands raised at time of expiration.
Thank you very much. The motion has passed. We were voting on the amendment. The amendment has passed. Susan, I agree. Democracy is necessary. Melody, did you need clarification? We have voted on the ERA amendment, and now we're ready to move on. Okay, let's move on. Justice Quince, go ahead.
Healthcare. I don't see there are no new proposals under financing and delivery of health care. Under housing, there are no new proposals. Is there any motion concerning housing and the Sadowski Fund? Is there any amendment?
Justice Quinn, we have not received any. Justice Quinn, so we did not receive any, to my knowledge, unless they are highlighted here. Okay, so we do have some amendments. Okay, well, we don't know if we have amendments. So Justice Quinn, my apologies for interrupting. Go ahead.
I'm asking if there are any amendment, if you go back to housing, move up some. Are there any proposed changes to the language that's there about the Sadowski Fund?
Okay, I see a motion for healthcare that was submitted earlier by Stacy States or Stats. Stacy, would you please speak to your motion?
Yes.
Nancy, I'm sorry, Nancy.
Yeah, Dr. Nancy Stotts, Jacksonville League of Women Voters. Our healthcare committee, a statewide committee chaired by Kathy Wynn, has a proposed motion, which I typed into the chat, but I can reread it. It states to promote health equity by supporting policies that ensure equal and affordable access to quality health care, address social determinants related to positive health outcomes, and reduce discrimination. And while I realize we had a submission on the DEI in general, I just want to point out, and maybe this is my error, but in reading it, that statement refers to the organization of League of Women Voters, not for the policies under it. So I think it is essential, as others have pointed out, that there is a problem of systemic racism, which we've seen with COVID, we've seen with health outcomes, and that the Florida legislature just approved an Office of Health Equity in each county. So I think it's really critical that we try to support this new office by adding this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're just double checking on something. Stand by, please. Okay, I'm going to have to make the point again that this was not sent to the board as a recommended program item. And I don't want to have to keep stating this, but we are receiving proposals, new language to put into our program that should have come to the state board as a recommended program item. And I mean, this is a very serious proposal that needs to be fully vetted by the state board. So once again, in the interest of time, and then mainly in the interest of getting this right, I ask that we adhere to the rules of the league when it comes to submitting recommended proposed items to the state board. It's extremely important so that our convention does not get bogged down and adding things that did not go to the board for vetting. So this is a brand new proposal that needs to have gone to the state board. So I ask that either you put it in, well, it's too late for an action motion because they were due last night. So you can always put this to as a direction to the board, or, 2 years from now, put it forward to the board as a recommended program item, but you may want to give this as a direction to the board later today. We just don't have time to put recommended program items today that should have gone to the state board. So please keep that in mind as we move forward with the rest of the day. So I'm in agreement that we should move on to our next section. Justice Quince? Okay, we have an amendment here from Jennifer Adams. Add the word quality healthcare after the word emphasizing. What section is this, Jennifer?
This is under the financing and delivery of healthcare.
Is it an action item?
Yeah, what is it again? Hold on.
It's an amendment.
It's in the first action item, CARE Act in Florida emphasizing.
Yes.
Okay,
And
where
what
do you want to add?
what would you put there after emphasizing?
Emphasizing quality health care access for all. It just says emphasizing access for all. So I just wanted to make sure it was quality health care.
Okay, so you have added quality healthcare after the word emphasizing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer, for the clarification. We have a second from Pamela Maldonado, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name. So let's, I see a comment that it should be inserted after access to quality health services and health care. That we should move this.
That works.
Okay. Thank you. Susan, your question about adding equitable and high quality, I think says the exact same thing that Jennifer is proposing. All right. Katie has a point that quality needs a modifier. It could be low quality or high quality. So Jennifer, did you want to amend it to high quality healthcare? Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. So if you could highlight that in green, Leah, thank you so much. All right, here's the amendment. Emphasizing access to quote, high quality healthcare for all. I believe we had a second. Well, we've amended that amendment, so we need a second on what we've just done here. Second from Stu, thank you. Okay, is there anyone who wants to speak to this? Do we want any debate? If you wish to speak pro or con, put that into the chat box. All right, seeing none. Blake, we need to be ready to vote.
We are ready to vote.
Okay, all those in favor of the high quality health care, please don't raise your hand yet until I call the vote. Please put your hands down. Please do not raise hands yet. All those in favor of adding high quality health care to this issue for action, raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. Time has expired. 125 participants raising their hands and 1 in the chat. 126 in favor.
All right, 126 in favor. The motion has carried. Thank you very much. Justice Quince, if you would go to the next section, and after we go to that section, we're going to take a break for lunch.
Next section we have is farm workers. Are there any proposed amendments to the language that is there concerning farm workers? Seeing none, is there any proposed amendment to the language concerning libraries? Is there any proposed amendments to the language concerning immigration?
And I just want to add in here, please, if you have something to add, put it into the chat. Do not raise your hand unless you're voting. Thank you.
Someone says, sorry, back to farm workers. Oh, did I? I'm sorry, I've skipped housing. Are there any proposed amendments to the language here concerning housing?
Housing now. Do not put in the chat for farm workers. Housing.
It seems they have something there about sustainable. Do you see that language, Patty?
I'm looking for it.
It's from Kathy Gunlack at the bottom of the chat.
Okay, Kathy Gunlack has some language that she would like to amend into the affordable housing. She wants to put how do you want to phrase this, Kathy? Could you speak?
Yes, and I do have to apologize if the dog does not have a mute button. So just to add attainable, because sometimes there's very few affordable housing or it's not attainable by the people, they can't qualify for a mortgage or whatever, that is able to be attainable by those people that need it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So insert and attainable. Is there a second, please? Second from Deborah Chandler, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this? Con, okay. Let's set up the 6 minutes maximum time for debate. Please put up the clock. And Mark Songer, go ahead.
I believe this section is relating to the legislature's sweep of funds out of the Sadowski dedicated funds for affordable housing and does not really speak to the any aspect of the housing other than the state definition of affordable. So although it's great to have this extra wording in here, I don't think it changes at all the protection that we're asking for is to use the Sadowski Fund for its dedicated purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Does anyone else wish to speak to this additional language? All right, I see a lot of, I agree with Mark. Okay, so what I think that we need to do is we need to go ahead and take a vote. So Blake, please let me know when we can go ahead and call the vote.
Yes, we are ready to vote.
All right, please do not raise your hand yet. Thank you. All those in favor of adding the language and attainable to housing, raise your hand.
30 more seconds. Time has expired. 52 participants raising their hand. 53, I'll count that last one. 53 participants raised their hand.
Okay, we've had 53 vote yes. Now let's take a no vote. If you could go ahead and lower those hands, Blake, and let's get ready to take another vote.
All hands have been lowered. Do not raise your hand until Patty calls for a opposition vote.
Okay. Please do not raise your hand. Thank you. All those in favor of opposing this addition under housing, raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. Time has expired. 85 participants have raised their hand.
All right, so the motion has failed. Thank you very much. And Carol Smith, I'd like to address your question for clarification. When is a vote needed to change or add wording? If the mention is to drop wording, what vote is needed? Okay, so when we add language, you see what we're doing. We're highlighting the additional language in green. When we want to delete language, that would be a motion to strike. And we would put a line to strike. And that's how we would do it. All right, Justice Quince, do you want to move on to the next section?
The next section was farm workers. Was there any?
No, we did that.
Oh,
No, but there was someone who put something in the chat.
You know, actually, there's something else that I overlooked here. I received a message from Jennifer that she had put forward an amendment that I overlooked. Jennifer, would you speak to your amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Patty. Under the children and families section, in the second line, it says providing for safe foster care and shelter care. And my amendment was to add the word homes. So for safe homes, foster care and shelter care.
Thank you. Is there a second? And Jennifer, where would we place that?
I'm sorry?
Where would that be placed?
After the word safe and before the word foster care, because we're not including we're not including families and children who are not in foster care and shelter care the way it's worded.
Okay, thank you. All right, Marisol Zenteno has seconded. Does anyone wish to speak to this motion? Okay, Blake, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
All right. Don't raise your hand yet. Okay, all those in favor of the addition of the word homes under children and families, raise your hand. Safe home.
Ten seconds remaining. Time has expired. 123 with one in the chat. 124 is the total vote.
Right. Blake, are we ready to call the vote?
We called the vote. 124.
All right, 124 have voted and the motion has carried. Thank you very much. And Carol Smith, you have a clarification? You were saying my question was not the how, it was the what vote count is needed. Well, our credentials chair has gone over the number of votes needed. Sharon Lynn, would you please go over that again?
You know, well, that's not my question. I got her numbers.
Okay, what is
want
your
to know
question, please?
Whether it's majority or 2/3 vote needed.
Majority.
I would think for dropping, you might need 2/3, but I don't know. That was my question. Which count are we using?
Okay, we're double checking. Stand by. Carol, did you have a particular vote that you were concerned about regarding 2/3 or majority?
You know, some of the previous ones, and it seems that if we are adding something drastic, you know, just changing words, that's not the issue. But program items have to be sent to the leagues ahead of time for them to get a chance to look at them and verify, you know, whether they're going to support or not. And when we're making drastic changes, sometimes I think it's required to have a 2/3 vote, and I'm not sure when that's required.
We are looking at that now. Stand by.
So that was my question. I apologize.
Okay, concurrence is what requires a 2/3 vote. The way we are proceeding today with majority votes is correct according to our bylaws. Has that answered your question sufficiently?
Yes, I'm trying to unmute. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are moving on and then we're going to break for lunch after we get through. I believe our next section is gun safety.
Libraries? Do we do farm workers and libraries?
Okay. Does anyone have anything about farm workers? I believe someone did. Yes. If you had placed and we overlooked something in the chat about farm workers, please tell me your name and I'll recognize you.
Hi, Melody Crease. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Melody.
Melody Crease, St. Lucie County. I'd initially said that we should change adequate to quality, but I understand both of those are relative. It was recommended that we make it safe and adequate, or adequate and safe, and I'd be willing to go for adequate and safe, or safe, adequate, either one. support measures to provide safe, adequate living and working conditions for farm workers.
Oh, so the word safe before adequate.
Mm-hmm. Or either one. If it makes a big difference to anyone else, it doesn't matter to me, but safe, adequate.
All right, thank you. We're adding that now.
Patty, this is Susan Pizzullo from Collier.
Susan, go ahead.
Yeah, I had suggested safe if there were no national standards that we could refer to. Otherwise, it's a bit open-ended and it's hard to, you can have a lot of debate about what that means.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's anything in state law or federal law that we could go to, or any kind of standards by some kind of association that would be nonpartisan that we could insert.
About farm workers, I don't know. That is something that we would have to explore. But right now, the insertion of safe, adequate living and working conditions are for farm workers. Adequate and safe. I mean, we've got the motion and a second, so let's go ahead. If there's any debate on this, we can do it, but if you want to speak pro or con to this, go ahead and place your desire to do so in the chat box.
Did we get a second? I didn't catch that.
There was a second, yes. The second came from Susan in Jacksonville.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for placing that information in the chat. Thank you, Beth, for placing that information in the chat. Okay, could you look at?
I saw that, Lynn Finster.
No, what Beth Hovine placed, according to our bylaws. Okay, we already have a second, so I think that we're going to go ahead and vote on this. I see your question, Beth Hovine. We're looking at that right now. Blake, are we ready for a vote?
Yes, we're ready for a vote.
Okay, please don't raise your hands until we call the vote. All right, all those in favor of adding the word safe under farm workers, raise your hand.
$15 seconds remaining. Time has expired. 120 participants raising their hand and none in the chat.
All right, thank you. 120 votes, yes, so the motion carries. I want to address what Beth has put into the chat by reading Mark Songer, his comment. He's on our state board. He says, program is presented to the convention in the following order. Recommended program items, non-recommended program items for consideration for vote, any concurrence items. A majority vote shall be required for the adoption of each program item, with the exception that a 2/3 vote is required to amend or adopt a league position by concurrence. So Pat was correct. That is from our bylaws, and that we have been operating and conducting this convention regarding voting in a correct manner. So what I would like to do now, as it is 1:02, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break. I know it says be back here at 2, but because of the length of time this is taking, and because you're all in the comfort of your homes, right? I ask that you all get your lunch and take 30 minutes and be back with us at 1:30 p.m. because we do have quite a bit of business left today if we want to adjourn at 5. So please, I'm going to adjourn us now, be back here at 1:30 so we can continue with our program proposals. Thank you.
Get lunch. Well, we're late.
Clara,
Yeah.
your mic is on. You're not muted. We can hear everything you're doing. Yeah. Pardon? You can have the papers. I did. See, I
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch or still having it. What we need to do first as I reconvene our convention is have a credentials check by our credentials chair, Sharon Lynn.
Hi, Patty. Thank you. I do have a question before I start. Are we considering this credentials report still for plenary 2?
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me start that over since I just learned that my microphone was not on, nor were my headphones. My apologies. Welcome back. I'm going to go ahead and admit, hopefully that's the last person we'll have to admit back into our convention. We're going to reconvene. I have just reconvened us. And the first thing we're going to do before we go back through program proposals is hear from our credentials chair, Sharon Lynn. Sharon?
Okay, Patty. And one of the questions that I had was, are we still considering this plenary 2, or will this also work for plenary 3?
You know, this is really a continuation of plenary 2. Plenary 2 will, the last few things we'll do in this session is have the remainder of the roll call highlights from Sean Bartelt, and then announcements, and then we'll immediately convene plenary session 3.
Okay, so will this be my last report in all likelihood?
Well, hopefully we'll move through this quickly, but it may be that I have to give a 5-minute bathroom break to everybody. So it may be you'll have to do one more.
I think I can handle it.
Okay.
All right. So we certainly have a quorum. And if every delegate present were to vote, a majority vote would require 83 votes. I haven't figured out the 2/3 because I don't think we really need it. And if we do, I will base it on the figures I'm using right now as far as who's present. If that makes sense. And let's change that to 84 because there was, okay, yep, 84 for if everybody voted, a majority vote would require 84 votes.
So 84 votes is the majority required.
Yes.
All right, Sharon, thanks very much. And so we are not going to be entering or allow entryway into the convention at this point. So we are going to proceed with our program proposals. And I'll throw it back to our program chair, Justice Quince.
All right. The last item under our social policy in Florida is gun safety. Are there any amendments or proposed amendments to the language under gun safety?
Justice Quince, this is Jean. Thanks. You slipped past immigration and there's a typo.
Oh, because I called for libraries and immigration before, and then we had to go back. So there was none at that time. There's a typo in what section?
In line 2, it says, and be responsive, and it should be
line 2 of immigration?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And be responsive, oh, I see.
Just
and
take out the B.
Responsive to, take out the B.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. And now, are there any proposed amendments to the language under gun safety?
Justice Quince, we have from Amy Keith with St. Pete, who brought this up earlier. She said, under gun safety, the fourth bullet point, excuse me, prior to proposing this addition, was any study or investigation done in regards to potential racial bias and how such a law would be enforced? And you're talking about how background checks, lying on background checks would be enforced. If you're caught lying on a background check, that is a federal crime. And some of the problems with that is that people are not always punished for lying on a background check. And that is something that I have learned in working on this issue, as have others. So I would like to call on the league president that put this amendment or this issue for action addition forward, Monica Elliott. Go ahead. You are recognized to speak.
Thank you. Florida is the only state that lacks legal authority to charge people banned from possessing a gun, but who lie and try to buy one anyway. In other words, they're lying on a background check. So Florida does not have any law that makes this punishable.
There is federal law, though.
There's federal law, but this is, if you want to make it more specific, there is no Florida law. And a significant percentage of people who lie in background checks will go on to commit a crime within 5 years.
Right. Can you tell me where you got that data?
No, I cannot, but it's from Barbara Markley and Deborah Davis, who almost always have lots of facts to back this up. So,
I'm aware.
yeah.
I'm aware. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Monica. Okay. All right. So I don't have a motion. I do have a motion here. Thea Webster from Orange County would like to move to strike bullet 4, which is the motion, which is what Monica just spoke to. So is there a second? Okay, first of all, Amy Keith says the question was not answered. Amy, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, my understanding, and I do admit that I'm not an expert in gun safety, but my understanding is that there have been issues of racial bias within Florida's use of gun background checks in multiple ways in the past. And so my question is about whether or not, as we are recommending punishment under the law, and we know that punishment under the law has not been applied either in our state or nationally in a racially equitable way, have we looked at the potential for racial bias with respect to this element of background checks being punishable by law? I do understand that there's a lot of data about why we would want to propose this. And my question was about if we looked at the potential for racial bias in the state of Florida with respect to such a punishment, given other aspects of background check systems in Florida which have had racial bias implementation.
Thank you, Amy, for clarifying.
Madam
Go ahead, Barbara.
Barbara Overton, Miami-Dade. I think this is a very important issue, and I'm not suggesting it's not something that the league shouldn't consider, but why are we debating this? It feels to me like this is one of those things that should have gone before the state board.
It did go before the state board. The board recommended that it be put before the convention.
Oh, I understand. I apologize. I thought this was a new addition. Thank you.
Thank you. So, but some interesting points have been raised. It looks like we're going to need debate. So I'm going to, instead of going all through this back and forth in the chat, in the interest of expediting things, I want to open this up for debate. Please set the limit for 6 minutes for debate with 1 minute per debater pro and con, please put pro and con into the chat box. And wait a minute, I'm getting ahead of myself. Theo Webster has moved to strike bullet 4. I need a second on that before we go into debate. I need a second.
Charlotte Copenhagen from Orange County seconded it and sent it to
Okay.
me privately.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Charlotte has seconded. All right, let's open this up for debate. Now, let me go back here and okay, we have a con. Jean Finks from Charlotte County, you are recognized.
Charlotte County is one of, I think, more than 40 counties that have adopted a Second Amendment sanctuary resolution, essentially saying that local law enforcement will not enforce any such law. But I am in favor of the language because we ought to go there. And if we put it in Florida law, we might make them do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Thompson in Sarasota, you're recognized.
Thank you. I am speaking con against striking this. I think the board already approved it and I wish it would stay.
Thank you. Amy Keith, you're recognized.
I would, if there has not been any investigation or study of a potentially racially biased impact of a new punishment under law, I would move that this is not quite ready to be included in this statement. There is already federal law, but we're recommending it for the state of Florida and how prosecution happens in Florida.
So you're a con because you're listed here as pro.
I'm pro striking it.
Okay, but right now we're talking, oh, okay, I got it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it. Thank you, Amy. I'm moving on to Susan, who wants to speak in favor of striking. Susan from Jacksonville, you are recognized.
Oops, I meant that I was con to striking it. I apologize.
Okay, please speak to that.
Yeah. So I think it's an excellent idea. I don't think people should lie on their background checks, but I was wondering if there was anything we could put in it to mitigate it harming certain people, like being lashed out at it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Janet Hoffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Amy Keith, I'm sorry. There's significant research showing that there is clearly racial bias in our use of enforcing laws, especially in regards to guns. And I would really like to see data, some sort of research on this before I feel comfortable voting on it.
Thank you, Janet. Linda Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to restate that I am anti or con striking this out. And as to the wording, I ask that we all remember that the DEI lens is to be applied to everything. So I think we can accept it as is and not strike it, is my opinion.
Thank you, Linda. Donna Austin, you are recognized.
Hi, I feel like other concerns that we brought up earlier, and we were saying that it was much too heavy of a lift right now in this space and this time. And I think this is one of those same types of concerns, that this is really not the right time for this. And I say we need to strike it because there's a lot more to this than what's there.
Okay, thank you. Cecile Schoon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Patty. The debate is bringing such important issues forward. I've thought about it pretty hard, and generally speaking, federal law violations are much more serious, much bigger hammer, much more threat to people. Generally speaking, state law violations are less of a threat. So it kind of balances out, in terms of what is going to be more threatening, the potential federal violation or a potential state law violation. I know my husband, who does criminal law, he much prefers a state law violation to a federal law violation. I mean, people facing federal authorities are much more likely to get long prison terms, but that's just a generalization.
Thank you, Cecile. Marty Falwell, you're recognized.
Well, especially since the board has already considered this and approved putting it in, I would be against striking it because especially in our world today, people take lying too lightly. I think lying is a very serious offense, and I think that there should be consequences.
Thank you. We have Melody, you're recognized next.
I would say that we should strike it if for no other reason than there currently isn't a state law making lying on the application an offense, and therefore we would need to rephrase it as the establishment or the implementation of a state law if we're going to do that, not changes to a state law.
Thank you, Melody. Deborah's question, are we saying there should be no criminal laws involving guns because of prosecutorial discretion? I don't think that's what we're saying at all. Let's see, Denise. 6 minutes are up. Okay, debate is over. So we are calling the question. We are going to vote. Blake, are we ready to vote?
We are ready to vote.
Okay. All those in favor of striking bullet 4 under gun safety issues for action, raise your hand.
Thirty seconds remain. Ten seconds. Time has expired. 46 participants have raised their hand and no one in the chat.
All right, thank you. And now we are going to take the opposition vote. So if everyone's hands could be lowered.
All hands have been lowered.
Thank you. All those in opposition to striking bullet number 4 under issues for action in gun safety, raise your hand.
Thirty seconds remain. Okay, 85 have raised their hand and 1 in the chat, equaling 86 in opposition.
Okay, 86 in opposition. The motion to strike has failed. Justice Quince, back to you.
All right, if there are no other amendments, then we are ready to vote on, there is another amendment?
Yes, that we have an amendment from Mary Mertz. She would like to offer the following amendment, quote, support changes in Florida law to make lying on a background check punishable in the state of Florida. Well, the amendment that we just, the motion that we just approved reads, support changes in the law to make lying on a background check punishable by law. I respectfully, frankly, don't see the difference here. Oh, I see. Okay, because
She's added Florida.
State of Florida. Okay, I see. You've added the state of Florida. All right. So is there a second? Is there a second to this amendment? Okay, Pamela has seconded. Do we have any debate? Does anyone wish to speak to this change in the language? If you wish to speak, please put wish to speak and whether you're pro or con. Okay, Barbara Overton wishes to speak. Barbara, you're recognized.
Hi, I certainly understand the editorial change and think it makes it clearer, but we use similar language of just law throughout this document. And so I don't see the need to make the change here.
Thank you. Linda Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I agree with what was just said, and I'll add to it that by maybe by adding the word Florida, we lock ourselves in if there is action on a more national basis or more regional basis with contiguous states. I am against changing the language.
Thank you. Denise Elliott, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I have to agree. The title of this section, excuse me, is Social Policy in Florida. So it's pretty obvious that we're talking about Florida law. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I think that this should be specified in regards to gun safety, and I don't if that's innate by it being under this category, then I understand, but I just feel like this could be too broad if not clarified.
This it is under gun safety. This is the issue for action under gun safety that we are discussing right now.
Okay, it just in all of the other sub points it says gun. It actually says the word gun. So I just wanted to make sure that it was in the same context and it wasn't just on all background checks, because I could see that definitely being something where people are marginalized and not it being intended for what we're talking about.
I understand, but since it's under the section of gun safety, this specifically deals with guns. I take your point. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? If you wish to speak, please indicate that in the chat. Wish to speak pro, wish to speak con. Okay. All right. I don't see any further, so let's take a vote. Blake, are we ready to vote?
We're ready to vote.
All right. All those in favor of supporting changes in Florida law to make lying on a background check punishable in the state of Florida, say, raise your hand.
30 seconds remain. Time has expired. 60 participants raising their hands.
Okay, so 60 have voted yes, and we now are going to take the opposition vote. Susan, to answer your question, we're voting on bullet number 5 under issues for action under the category of gun safety. You'll see it highlighted in green. So once the hands are lowered, we will take the opposition vote. Yeah, this makes it specific to the state of Florida.
All hands have been lowered. We're ready for the opposition vote.
Okay, please lower your hands until I call for the vote. Okay, all those in favor of the following: support changes in Florida law to make lying on a background check punishable in the state of Florida, raise your hand. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Lower everyone's hands, Blake.
This is supposed to be the negative vote.
It
am I
is, it
correct?
is. That is my mistake. Apologies. Let's start this over. This is why I have a good team around me to keep me on the straight and narrow. Okay. All right. Let's try this again. All those opposed to the following: support changes in Florida law to make lying on a background check punishable in the state of Florida, raise your hand.
Thirty seconds remaining. Time has expired. 73 raising their hands and 1 in the chat.
Thank you, Blake. So that is 74. And how many voted to approve? Okay, so this motion has failed. Thank you very much, everyone. That was a good debate. Justice Quince, back to you.
Now we are ready, I believe, if there are no other amendments to this section, we're ready to vote on approving or disapproving the social policy in Florida with the amendments as we have discussed earlier. The entire section on social policy in Florida. Do we have a motion?
Yes, we have a motion. We have a motion to approve. And we have a second.
Who and who?
I'm trying to find out for you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Okay. Barbara Overton, no, Deborah Chandler has made a motion to approve and Barbara Overton has seconded.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak to this motion? If I see none in the next, okay, there's one person who wants to speak. Okay, I'm going to call on you, Susan. You are recognized. You have 1 minute.
I agree with what the other person said, that we should say that, and I put an amendment in there, but it got overlooked, about saying, having the language similar to bullet point 2, background check for all gun sales or transfers, just to make it clear that it's said that way in bullet point 2. And I don't see any problem with saying background check on all gun sales and transfers. And I was hoping we could do that amendment before we vote. Thank you.
Justice Quince, could you clarify? I thought we had moved on from gun safety and we're on sustainability.
Not yet.
Okay.
Gun safety, on the entire section on
see.
social policy. And
Okay.
now she's going back to the gun safety.
I see. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and take the vote. Blake, are we ready to vote?
There is a motion.
There is a motion on the table. Yes, there is a motion. We have had a second, I believe. On the social policy. So we're ready to vote. Okay. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for social policy. If there are amendments we have not seen, we will go back. But right now, we are going to go ahead and vote on adopting these changes overall, this section on social policy, before we move on to sustainability. And if we've made, I have not seen amendments, so let's go on and take this vote. If we've got this motion on the table and we have a second, I ask that we take the vote, and if we have missed the amendments, put them back into the chat and we'll go back to your amendments. Right now, let's take this vote. Blake, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of approving the adoption of what we have done here today with social policy in Florida, raise your hand.
Thirty seconds remaining. Time has expired. 131 people raising their hand and 1 in the chat, which equals 132.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, if someone put forward an amendment and we did not see it, now is the time for us to fix this. But please, we do need to make sure that the amendment is substantive and relevant to this document. We do not need redundancies in our study in action. So if you have an amendment that was not seen or that was overlooked, I ask okay. All right. So we will, okay, we'll do it this way. I see that we have some redundancies in the language, and we will clean this up to take out the redundancies, including Any grammatical mistakes or typos? So, because we need to move this along, we will take out the redundancies, we will take out typos. So I turn this back over to our program chair, Justice Quinth.
The next section that we have for our program is sustainability in Florida. And there are 3 proposed new action items under sustainability in Florida. Are there any proposed amendments to that new language? Are there any discussion, any proposals for that new language under sustainability?
This is Karen Wilkerson, Palm Beach County. I just have a question of clarity. Would this now include housing?
Karen, first, please wait to be recognized by the chair.
I apologize. My chat is not going forward.
Okay, understand. So you're saying, would housing be included under sustainability?
Yes.
Well, we did deal with housing under social policy, wasn't it? Yes, we did. We talked about housing and the Sadowski Fund under social policy. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to move to approve what we have here under sustainability, and we have a second. That was from Gayla Larson, and we have a second from Linda Thompson. We have a question from Theo Webster in first bullet. How have we defined infrastructure and transportation? Assume it relies on transit also. I don't. Okay. Okay. I see that.
Yes.
Yes, I think we agree here that that is a good assumption, Theo. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a motion and we've got a second. Does anyone want to speak? Okay, I'd like to call on Mark Songer, who would like to speak against this motion. Mark, you are recognized.
Yeah, I got dropped again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me mute. Hold on.
I have general comments. The purpose statement of the League of Women Voters is to promote political responsibility through informed and active participation in government and to act on selected government issues. The mission statement is concise, empowering voters and defending democracy. I am impressed by the importance of the 21 action items for sustainability and natural resources. However, the board and staff are already challenged by issues from multiple action chairs. Will we be able to adequately address the core mission and fully respond to 21 new action items? I recommend no new action items be approved for sustainability in Florida or natural resources in Florida. Leadership of these teams should consider what may be accomplished through directions to the board or legislative priorities. The League needs to prioritize vital issues for voter services and voter education that are the reason this organization is a respected authority in the state of Florida. Now is the time to focus our efforts against voter suppression and in favor of fair districts. We are the best organization to meet these challenges. Our partners are looking to us for strong leadership. Let's not dilute our focus by approving 21 new issues for action in sustainability and natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I would like to recognize Margaret McGrath from Broward County next. Margaret McGrath, you are recognized to speak.
Sorry, I was having trouble with my unmuting.
That's okay, go ahead.
So this is Margaret McGrath from Broward County. And while I agree with Mark that the league was formed to address vital issues that need government help to make improvements, I think that sustainability is one of them. Both the US League and the Florida League have declared a climate emergency in accordance with the UN Declaration. And at the US Convention, climate change was listed as the second highest priority after making democracy work. We clearly have positions and action items on many other areas that are not the same level of priority for the US League or the same level of urgency globally as climate change. And further, some of the action items that are being put into the Florida program are ones that are already included in the US program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sally Bucine from the Tallahassee League. You are recognized.
No, I was just agreeing with Mark as far as mission creep.
Okay. Let's see. I will now recognize Allison Westcott to speak in opposition to the proposal.
Thank you, Patty. This is Allison Westcott of Collier County. When we asked our members in our 2020 survey of our membership, which had very high participation, they told us their #1 issue was the environment. We know that sustainability and climate change in particular are highly complex issues that require an integrated approach. And the League can play a key role in the education and advocacy at state and local level in Florida. And you know that Southwest Florida only recently adopted a regional climate compact. So climate change will affect not just Southwest Florida, not just coastal residents, but people all over Florida, whether it's drought, storminess, fires, flooding, saltwater, contamination of drinking water. And in addition, keep in mind that League of Women Voters has a national climate change team. This is a terrific asset, and it's very important for us to be able to use that as a springboard and to share what is learned there with our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And to answer your question, Tanya, yes, there are organizations that the League does and can partner with that are environmental organizations. Are there any others who wish to speak? How much time do we have left for debate, Blake? Okay, Mary.
4 minutes.
Okay, Mary Mertz wishes to speak.
4 minutes left.
Mary Mertz, you are recognized. Mary Mertz, you are recognized.
Mute. Hi, everybody. Thank you, Patty. I would like to speak in support of the addition of these items for action by reminding everyone that climate change and our environment is one of the single most issues that can impact our democracy in the sense of providing voters with reasons not to be at the polls. If we have severe and intense weather instances, those instances have the capability of disrupting the reliability and the consistency of our governmental services, which include our voting systems. It impacts the health of Floridians. It impacts the affordable housing. It impacts environmental justice. These are all things that we care about and that affect our true mission, which is to provide voters with their right to vote. And I would argue also that voters don't.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Marty Falwell, who would like to speak. Marty, you're recognized.
Thank you. Under the bullet, it says request Florida mayors to join the climate mayors. I'm not sure what that means, or I think there's a word or two missing there.
Did you want to speak in favor or opposition to?
Well, I'm in favor of sustainability and all those good things, and I'm in favor. But this one bullet that I'm in favor of, it's incomplete. I don't know what it
Okay,
means.
we can address that later, but right now we're in debate.
Climate mayors, is it an association? Is it
We're-
compact?
we can address that later. We are in debate.
Okay.
Thank you. Meta, you are recognized.
Well, I can see the point that the, I can't remember his name, the board member made. I'm not quite sure why all the other issues that are not having to do with voters' rights are not also being considered here. Why wouldn't we also reject the changes related to education, to social policy? I'm not quite sure why we're picking on sustainability as the one we're going to downgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's because we have 14 items on sustainability listed here that are new.
Sustainability and natural resources.
That's right, that are brand new. Okay, Charlotte Nickelmo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Patty. I definitely am in favor of keeping all of these issues in both sustainability and under natural resources. Time and time again, we fight against the developers here in Collier County who constantly want to abuse the environment by infringing on the wildlife and our water supply, and by not using the SMART principle growth principles. So I am definitely in favor of keeping these issues in our study in action, in our program issue.
Thank you, Charlotte. Okay, our 6 minutes are up. Debate is over. It is now time for a vote. Okay, let me go back to the original motion. Okay, we had an original motion from Gail L. Larson to approve all of these items. And the second was by Linda Thompson. So, Blake, are we ready for the vote?
We are ready for the vote. Can you please reiterate what we're voting for one more time? For all of the items in sustainability, these three highlighted things is what the vote is for.
We are voting on all of the items, not just these three. But if you scroll down on the proposals, all of these issues for action that have been added, there are 14 new ones. No. I thought, okay, Justice Quince, could you explain? You need to speak to the.
We are voting on sustainability.
Okay.
Although Mark addressed sustainability and natural resources, the motion was for sustainability.
Okay, thank you. I think that's where I got a little confused. All right. So we are just, if you could put the proposals back up, please. Okay, we are just voting on these three bullet items here that are in. The whole thing as proposed is what we are voting on, including these three bullet points. Okay, that is what we're voting on. So all those in favor, please raise your hand.
Thirty seconds remaining. Okay, time has expired. 126 people have their hands raised in support with none in the chat. 126.
All right, we have a clear majority. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Back to you, Justice Quince.
Now we are under the heading of natural resources in Florida. There are multiple items, new items that have been proposed for natural resources in Florida.
Justice Quince, I have a question that we need to address.
Okay.
From Joan Wallen, the last two items are requests to an elected official. Do they belong in this document rather than a directed action? It's been approved and we can keep it. Go ahead, Justice Quince.
Okay. We have multiple items for consideration and voting under natural resources. We went through all of these yesterday. Are there any amendments to the proposed language under natural resources?
We have a motion from Beth Hovine to accept the Natural Resources in Florida program in total, and a second from Jay Rosenbeck. We have a question under land use. First bullet, can you clarify current needs?
Well, they asked about the multiple redundancies. Should I tell them about the striking of under certain portions?
We can remove the redundancies. Thank you for pointing that out, Robin. We can move the redundancies, and I see Saudi has put something in here as well. These redundancies are very easy for us to remove and will be done. And we actually did it yesterday? Okay, we have done it. So we do have a motion on the table and a second.
Question on current needs.
On current.
There was somebody who asked, what does current needs mean?
Yeah, I know we had a question on what do current needs mean. Okay. I've been told that what it would likely mean is for a comprehensive plan, for comprehensive planning purposes. Once again, we can assure you that these redundancies are being removed. Some have been removed. Does this include the future? Yes, this does include the future. So we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone who wishes to speak pro or con? If you do wish to speak, place your name, wish to speak, pro or con in the chat of the adoption of the policy that has been proposed, the entire policy. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead. Blake, are we ready for the vote?
We're ready for the vote.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting the Natural Resources in Florida program in total, raise your hand.
Is our largest section. I'll allow 45 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Time has expired. Oh, goodness. I believe it was 1:25. I have to check the chat. I see one in the chat, so 1:26.
Okay, so that is a clear majority to approve the Natural Resources in Florida program in total. So that motion has carried. Thank you. Now, this has come in from Amy Keefe, point of clarification under Energy 6 bullet. UN is vague. Are we talking about the UN Sustainable Development Goals or another UN standard or mechanism?
United Nations.
The United Nations is what we're talking about. Yes, thank you. Okay, Justice Quince, back to you.
Well, we have gone through and approved our 2021 through 2023 programming for the League of Women Voters of the state of Florida. I thank you for your robust, as I said yesterday, discussion of all of these issues. And I will now turn it back over to our president, Patty Brigham.
Thank you, Justice Quince. You've done an excellent job as program chair. We truly appreciate it. If you could just mute your mic so the feedback is going to be cut. Thank you. Yes, Amy, I see your question, Amy, about the UN. Yes, the United Nations has many mechanisms and institutions. The League of US has a partnership with the United Nations. And for more information on that, I would suggest that you reach out to Judy Hushin, our Natural Resources Chair, who can give you more information on this partnership with the UN regarding climate change and natural resources. Thank you. All right, so we got through a significant portion of our program. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate all of the hard thought that went into this work and all of these proposals. So now we're going to do something fun, and then we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break, and then we're going to wrap up the remainder of our session and elect our new board and officers. And the first thing we're going to do, though, is I'm going to call on our second vice president, Sean Bartell, for part 2 of bragging about our local leagues. Sean, you're on.
All right, and Blake, you're going to throw up the presentation on the screen.
Very well. You will have to bear with me 1
I
minute.
think I think we're at North Pinellas County. Here we go. League of Women Voters of North Pinellas County. They had a study and consensus evaluation of the Clearwater Landings Golf Course land use change. They opposed it and the referendum failed. Hidden Hunger and Pasco panel presentation, a racial wealth gap presentation by Bread for the World, Returning Citizen ongoing work, postcard and poster campaigns for voter registration, vote by mail, and get out the vote. Thank you, North Pinellas. Orange County, one of our top 3, fought for transparency at the Greater Orlando Airport Authority when it appeared that the governor and his appointees might be using their leverage over the Orlando International Airport for their benefit. Fought to protect the Split Oak Forest, protected under the Florida Forever Amendment, from development of a major highway through the land. The COVID-style campaign included car parades, yard signs, op-eds, After passage, they mounted a major campaign to recycle the 20,000 yard signs, keeping them out of landfills. A 2-year Warriors for Democracy project produced a full color book highlighting the league history. They planted an oak named The Voter in the county park and presented a popular lecture series and other educational events. League of Women Voters of Palm Beach County. Get Out the Count census campaign reached over 1.5 million people with print, text, and digital messaging. Get Out the Vote 2020 election education campaign reached over 300,000 direct voter contacts with 110,000 printed election guide distributions, 250,000 text messages, emails, postcards, etc. 15,000 rack cards, and more than 40% of our 700 members in Palm Beach County participated in Get Out the Vote campaign as volunteers, reaching the designation as the largest chapter membership in the US in 2019 and 2020. That sounds like a challenge. League of Women Voters of Palm Beach County Young Leaguers built a large active team of volunteers who created and managed an active, relevant, engaging social media presence for the Palm Beach County League and the Young Leaguers. League of Women Voters of Pensacola Bay, which includes Escambia and Santa Rosa counties. Election 2020 candidate forums, national, state, and local races. 6 forums were presented on Zoom and Facebook Live with more than 3,000 views, with some great co-sponsors. Only public entity to host candidate forums in Escambia and Santa Rosa County in 2020. Lots of meetings and speakers on a monthly basis with guest speakers featured in Zoom and Facebook Live. Law enforcement covered a lot of topics, including food insecurity, climate change, law enforcement, etc. Established several new community partners as co-sponsors in that process. And they honored their late colleague. In their first in-person gathering in over a year was to honor a much loved member, Ann Davis. The LWV Pensacola Bay area planted a live oak to honor the Tryon Branch Library, where they held monthly meetings. Friends and family from as far away as Philadelphia attended the ceremony. League of Women Voters, Polk County. Polk County members worked more than 190 hours promoting vote by mail and early voting with roadside signs throughout Polk County. During the lockdown, Trudy Rankin reorganized the speakers bureaus to become a virtual hot topics program with weekly Zoom meetings called Closing the Gap. She hosted over 50 weekly speakers to present on topics that affect the community, state, and democratic republic, and our democratic republic. The League of Women Voters of Polk County's Climate Action Committee continued to facilitate the county's transition to clean energy by accelerating closing local coal power plants and replacing coal power plants with utility grade solar. And an extraordinary focus on DEI with presentations and a book study group with a lot of activities. And they adopted a local DEI program at their annual meeting, which includes their intention to diversify membership in Polk County. League of Women Voters of Sanibel became expert, as so many local leagues did, at being virtually together. Interviewed Elaine Weiss, author of The Great Fight to Win the Vote, toasted the tenaciousness of those early fighters, peppered their supervisor of elections, Tommy Doyle, with tough questions, went deep into voting rights with an all-star, all-member panel welcomed the visionary Vision 2020 founder, Lynn Yackel, heard about juvenile justice from Charlotte Nicomo, held their first virtual Sanibel Council candidate forum for an audience of over 250, honored Ruth Bader Ginsburg at their annual meeting with an exclusive recording of her inspiring Sanibel speech from 2008, and Sanibel celebrated their 10th anniversary. St. Lucie County conducted a social media campaign, recognize 100 trailblazing women who've made various contributions to their community to celebrate the LWV centennial, increased membership by 50%, doubled their social media following. In 2020, the in-person restrictions of COVID resulted in candidates and voters relying on the League's forums and information provided via Vote 411. The League increased local resident visits to Vote 411 by over 500%. They conducted Facebook Live candidate forums for 19 general election races at every level, from school board to US representative, and delivered 10,000 voter guides to the community. They hosted a virtual 19th Amendment Centennial celebration that was, they were able to share information with more than 500 voters. League of Women Voters of the St. Pete area used funds from their Engage St. Pete project to create a beautiful mural on the west-facing wall of the Enoch Davis Center to promote voting by mail, and then created a second mural on Central Avenue to promote diversity and voting. Helped complete 198 voter registration forms and 112 vote by mail forms for voters, distributed 6,500 constitutional amendment guides, 2,500 local race voter guides, worked with community partners to distribute over 10,000 vote by mail flyers, and sent over 2,000 postcards to voters in some of the lowest turnout precincts in St. Pete. The food politics team had a stellar year. They moved their dining series to a digital format. They also formed a strong partnership with the St. Pete City Council member, Gina Driscoll, to create a food policy council to address food insecurity and the impact of food deserts in their community. And they awarded they were awarded a $10,000 racial equity grant from the Rays and Rowdies Foundation for work to register minority voters, relocate their offices to South St. Pete to better serve low voter turnout precincts, and outreach to returning citizens. League of Women Voters Sarasota County supported voter education and services for primary and general elections, as well as providing census support, did voter registration drives in conjunction with the National Voter Registration Day and many other organizations. Hosted voter forums for the Florida House, Northport City Commission, Sarasota County Commission, City Commission, Hospital Board, etc. Vote 411 was featured in the Sarasota Herald Tribune and on the Sarasota LWV website, and they received over 26,000 clicks, and additionally provided materials and support to Soulmart Media. Celebrated the 100th centennial of women's suffrage with a film discussion, and participated in suffrage celebration with Florida Studio Theater. Other notable items: participated in the Sarasota County Solar Co-op and educated Girl Scouts and school classes about the importance of voting. LWV Seminole made Zoom our friend. 10 candidate forums covering primary elections and the general election. Created a Girls in Government program. Revisited South Seminole Middle School and presented a PowerPoint. Happy to participate in Inaugurations Day, celebrating the first female vice president. Presented a forum on separating fact from fiction in assessing news. Had a stellar panel, including journalism professor from the University of Central Florida, a former journalist, and the Orlando Sentinel opinions editor. LWV of the Space Coast, Brevard County. 2020 online forums, partnered with Eastern Florida State College, Treasure Coast newspapers, and Florida Today to conduct 9 online candidate forums throughout 2020 campaigns. Sunshine Law Workshop in November 2019 sponsored a Sunshine Law Workshop featuring Barbara Peterson, president of the First Amendment Foundation. 100th anniversary celebration to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters. Members sponsored multiple Love to Vote events, registering voters while dressed in their suffragist outfits. LWV of Tallahassee, Leon County, a very busy year. Partnered with the Tallahassee Democrat to conduct virtual candidate forums with over 29,000 views. Conducted weekly broadcasts on WFSU Public Radio called Voting Matters, which highlighted topics related to voting, civic and historic issues. Purchased billboards and placed yard signs around Tallahassee to promote Vote 411. Lobby Corps team assisted the state league in monitoring legislation at the Capitol, as well as giving testimony on league bills. Jan Rubio and Trish Neely chaired this group by submitting weekly reports and communicating with the Lobby Corps team to schedule appearances at the committee hearings, press conferences, and rallies. Hosted a successful centennial gala. Uh-oh. I don't have room for the dogs. Hosted a successful centennial gala at the top of the Capitol with 150 in audience, including city and county officials. The program included actors dressed in 1920 costumes, representing suffragists who mingled with the crowd, and grew their membership to over 500, including many student members from FSU, FAMU, and Tallahassee Community College. LWV of the Villages, Tri-County area, Lake, Sumter, and Marion counties. More than 30 members wrote 3,000 postcards urging returning citizens to vote. 4 Be a Voter videos were produced and posted as paid advertising on social media, urging young women in the area to register and vote. The ads were viewed 180,000 plus times. Successful collaborations with community groups, including Sisters of Suffrage, Southern Christian Leadership Foundation, NAACP, and the ad hoc Lake County group working to save the North Lake Hospital District. LWV of the Upper Keys, Monroe County, launched an annual Constitution Day student contest with cash prizes celebrated in September of every year near the official Constitution Day of September 17. First 2 years were essay contests. This past year expanded to include visual entries, including art, photos, and videos, and written entries. Held voter registration pop-ups at youth sporting events to reach and capture the family segment until COVID hit, of course, and launched a civics literacy series with guest speakers on topics of particular interest to the local community, such as local elections. LWV Volusia, successful education and advocacy campaign to promote 2 local tax referendums to fund environmental, cultural, historical, and outside recreational projects and environmentally sensitive land purchases. New social justice and diversity initiative that spearheaded an I Vote Because video with diverse community partners, partnered with local organizations to host social justice focused educational programs for the league and the community. Intensive voter services initiatives to prepare voters and get out the vote, including voter guide through Vote 411, t-shirts and bumper stickers, voter demonstration and educational projects, returning citizens postcard campaigns, live and virtual candidates forums, and more. Quite the year.
I'll say. Thank you, Sean, and go give your doggy some treats. Okay, what an impressive a group of local leagues we have. So busy, doing such wonderful work, fighting for our democracy, protecting our right to vote, working on all of our issues. Thank you so much. I've been told that there are no announcements to give before we take a break and come back for the third and final plenary session of our convention. But again, great accomplishments to our local leagues. Thank you for all that you've done, and a huge congratulations to each and every one of you. All right, I'm going to adjourn plenary session 2 right now, and it is 2:49 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. So let's get back at 3 o'clock, and we will get on with the business of plenary 3. See you in 10 minutes. Hi, everybody. All back from our break, feeling a little refreshed. So I'm going to adjourn plenary session 3 at 3:02. I'm adjourning. I'm not adjourning. No, I'm not adjourning. I'm not losing my mind either. It's just been a long day. I am convening plenary session 3. We're a little over an hour over time, but that's okay. I think that this part of the day is going to proceed much more quickly. And so the first thing I'm going to do, which I've already done, which is call it to order. And now we are going to hear a report from plenary session 2 from our acting secretary, Kathy Wynn. Kathy, go ahead.
Thank you, Patty. We had a long and fruitful discussion of the state program. Amendments were approved by the board, were approved by the delegates to a large extent. And notably, the DEI statement by the League of Women Voters of the United States was added as a preference to the program and as assumed to be applied to all program areas. Language was clarified in a number of areas, but substantive changes were referred for future action through the approved vetting process established by the League. The final roll call of local leagues demonstrated the breadth and variety of league activities, which was particularly impressive given the restrictions caused by the pandemic. And that is the report of the second plenary.
Thank you, Kathy Wynn, our acting secretary, done a wonderful job this convention for us. We really appreciate you filling in for us. And now we hear from Sharon Lynn, our credentials chair. Sharon?
Thank you, Patty. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone for the consistency in the numbers. I mean, we've had very little fall off, and right now we're doing quite well. So we have a quorum, and for a majority vote, we need 85 votes should everyone who's currently participating vote. If we were to need a 2/3 vote, it would be 113 voters if everyone currently on was actually voting. So that is it for plenary 3.
Thank you, Sharon. You've been an excellent credentials chair, and we appreciate greatly your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so time now to bring back Mark Songer, our state treasurer. Mark is going to discuss, and we're going to also do the adoption of the Florida Fund budget and the Education Fund budget. So Mark Songer, welcome back.
Thank you, Patty. And let me get it up here. This is the time where we are going to adopt the budget. We're going to start with the League of Women Voters Florida budget. So just to clarify some things that came into questions yesterday, as well as our quick little meeting this morning, this fund is the advocacy fund. It is our oldest fund, and it is not restricted in the activities that we can carry out in lobbying directly before our legislature, as well as grassroots lobbying, where we urge our members and the general public to take action on specific things of legislation. So it is a very powerful organization. It is the oldest organization. That's why we're having a 38th biennial. That organization has been around this long. So here's a quick recap of where we are with the overall budget process. The budget committee met over the course of several weeks and tried to identify how we would fulfill the priorities from the strategic plan. Based on that, we created a planning document, which is the budget that was presented yesterday afternoon. As a planning document, when the convention approves the budget, it gives the board and staff the ability to execute on the priorities that we have identified and to adapt to changes in circumstances based on monitoring of actual costs and revenues as compared with this budget. On your screen, you can see the expenses. The top priority for the League of Women Voters of Florida is lobbying and advocacy programs. You're going to see we can spend almost $100,000 is our plan for this coming year. And that is going to help us to execute the program that we just approved. Our income items are now on the screen. And I want to remind you of the importance of our fundraising plan and the donations that we need to increase by $14,000 from the prior year. The per member payment is a fixed dollar amount, and we're pretty well assured that we're going to receive that. Grant income is a planning item, and it may fluctuate based on what grant sources we're able to identify and successfully apply for. The total income is $256,406. On the summary slide in the first column, you see total income and total expenses are the same number. That's a balanced budget. So that is our plan for this coming year and the recommendation of the committee. The committee has made the motion that is on your screen, that the League of Women Voters of Florida, Inc. hereby adopts a budget for the period April 1 of 2021 through March 31 of 2022, with income of $256,406 and expenses of $256,406. As a committee motion, that does not need a second. So the floor is now open for questions or discussion. If you have a question, please type it into the chat, and I'll ask for Blake's help in order to understand what questions are there. I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay, Mark, I'm going to see if I can help. If there are any questions, it looks like there are no questions. So it looks like we're ready for the vote.
There is a question in the chat. Beth Hoven asked one
there
word
is.
question, scholarships,
Okay.
question mark.
Scholarships.
Beth, I remember from the past convention that there was a suggestion the board consider scholarships for members who were unable to afford to attend convention. I'm not aware that we had any specific requests like that. I think that in the future, we definitely can be looking for ways to assist those people, especially with the good reserve situation our education fund has. And I see Diane Marks has her hand raised. Diane, if you'd like to unmute yourself and ask your question.
No, I'm sorry. I just hit a button by mistake.
Okay, very good. Blake, is there any, I see something else coming in the chat?
Yes. I'll go ahead with it, Blake. Thank you, though. From Denise Elliott, since we don't have another convention until 2023, how is the budget for 2022-23 approved?
We have a council meeting that should be scheduled for next March of 2022. That will be before the beginning of our next fiscal year. And we will repeat the process of having the budget committee prepare and propose the budget for council, and we'll take action at that time.
And Blake has clarified that our staff have given out multiple scholarships to delegates for this convention, as well as for our Lobby Day event this year.
That's good news. I was not aware of that. Thanks, Blake. Anything else in the chat, Patty?
I don't see anything. I think that's it for the questions.
Then we have the motion that is on your screen on the floor. And Blake, if we're ready, I will call the vote if you tell me the hands are ready for the voting process?
No hands are raised, no eager beavers on this one, so we are good to go for the vote.
Okay, to approve the motion on your screen for the budget for the League of Women Voters of Florida, Inc., please raise your hands and leave it up.
Fifteen more seconds. All right, time has expired with 133 hands raised and 2 in the chat. So that is 135 approving the budget.
That is a majority, so the budget is passed. Thanks very much for your support. Patty, I'm handing the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much, Mark. That's very good news. And so now what I will do is we just approved the Florida Fund budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm adjourning the Florida Fund and I am convening the Education Fund.
Okay. So once I get to the right point in my slide deck, this is the point where we will approve the Florida budget as soon as I figure out what happened with my slide deck here. Just to reiterate a couple of things, this is the Education Fund. So it is a 501c3 organization. That means that for IRS purposes, that we are able to give our donors charitable contributions that will be deductible for their personal income tax returns. And I'm just taking a moment to get my screen back going again. Technology is wonderful when it works. Okay, so this is the screen I wanted to start on. And just to reiterate a couple of things that we talked about this morning, this is an organization that does have restrictions as far as IRS is concerned. If we would do lobbying or grassroots lobbying in this organization, then we would have responsibility to communicate that to our donors. We have the Florida Fund, which does all of that activity. And so all 100% of the deduction or the donations that are made to this fund qualify for charitable contributions. This slide shows where we are with the expenses. And as you can see at the very top, we have $225,498 for programs and grant costs. So that is the significant expenditure. Most of that is coming from grants where other organizations are giving us money, and we get to use that in order to support our programs. The second largest expenditure in this budget is employee compensation and our contract services, $174,000. That really is the reason why we are able to fulfill our program. Looking at the income side, our fundraising plan is aggressive. However, we believe that it is achievable. Grant income is $253,550, is uncertain at this point as we plan the budget, but it reflects reasonable assumptions to support the activities related to voter services, redistricting, and other identified priorities. In summary, we have a balanced budget. You can see on this slide that our total income for the Education Fund, $442,722, is the same number as the total expenses. It is a balanced budget for this year. So the motion from the Budget Committee is that the League of Women Voters of Florida Education Fund, Inc. hereby adopts a budget for the period April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022, with income of $442,722 and expenses of $442,722. This is a committee motion, so it does not need a second, and the floor is open at this point in time for questions from the chat. If you have questions, please type them in there, and I'll ask Patty or Blake, whoever gets to it first, gets to ask me those questions.
So far, I don't see any questions, Mark. Thank you for that, Kathy. We don't need a second since this was a committee motion, but thank you.
Then Blake, I'll wait for you to tell me we're ready to have the vote on this item.
We are good to go.
To vote in approving this motion that is on your screen, please raise your hand now and leave it up.
We'll give it 30 more seconds. All right, time has expired. 125 hands raised with 2 additional in the chat, 127.
That's great. That is a majority of the votes in this session, and the motion passes. So thank you very much for your support, and thanks to the Budget Committee and staff for the work that they did in getting us ready for this process today. Patty, the meeting is yours.
Thank you, Mark, for all of your hard work. You've been a fantastic treasurer, and I know you're going to continue to be. Thank you. It's been a true pleasure to work with you. All right, it's time now for our action motions report. LaVon Grayson is our actions motion chair, and so I'm going to ask LaVon to turn on her camera and unmute her microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Madam President, members of the board and delegates, the Action Motion Committee this year consisted of LaVon Grayson and Lynn Finster. I'd like to thank Lynn profusely for her help with these action motions proposals. The committee has moved 4 proposals forward for presentation to the body. The first one, I'll list all of them, and then the presenters can go through them, present them to the body themselves. But the first one was
LaVon.
Yes.
LaVon, this is Patty, and I have been reminded that I did not adjourn the Education Fund meeting, and I need to do that. So if you don't mind, I am just going to take a moment to adjourn the League of Florida Education Fund and reconvene the League of Women Voters of Florida convention. Thank you, LaVon, and go ahead.
Thank you. First proposal was letters are to be submitted to the governor, the cabinet, and the Office of Resiliency and members of the Florida legislature to adopt the integrated climate plan resolution. The second one is a letter to the Secretary of Interior, Deb Haaland, in opposition to the Department's of Interior approval of the compact expanding gambling in Florida. Number 3 was letters to the state board to amend wording in Rule 6A-1.094124. And number 4 was letters to the Florida Department of Education to allow school districts to enforce Florida Statute 1013.62 concerning charter school contracts. And each of those submitters can now present their proposal. And I see we have proposal from Susan in Jacksonville First Coast up first.
Thank you, Levon. What we'd like to do is, Susan, if you're going to present this, there's no need to cite the statute. All you need to do is read the first paragraph and then the number 1 and 2 after that. There's no need to cite the statute, as our members can read that if Susan is going to present this.
So you just want me to read it right off the screen?
Yes, please read the first paragraph followed by number 1 and number 2. You do not need to read the statutes that are attached.
Ask the Florida Department of Education to allow school districts to enforce Florida statutes, especially regarding requirements that charter contracts stipulate how capital outlay funds and the assets they purchase can be recouped by the school district if the charter school should close. This is especially important for local sales surtax and property tax that voters approve by referendum in order to raise funds to renovate old neighborhood school buildings. School districts should enforce the statute. School districts could enforce the statute in 2 ways. 1, allowed to deny new charter applications if 100% of the local tax capital outlay funds can't be recouped by the school district if the charter school closes. 2, allowed to withhold distributions of the funds until the charter contract stipulates how the capital outlay funds can be recouped if the charter school closes.
Okay, this will now be considered by the body for a vote. Okay, it has been moved by the committee. It does not need a second, but we can now go for the vote. Blake, are we ready for the vote?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting this action motion on charter school management and cost efficiency, raise your hand.
Fifteen more seconds. All right, time has expired. 131 raising their hands and none in the chat.
Thank you very much and congratulations, Susan. Now I see here you have another action motion, and so if you could just read again, you don't need to read the statute, just read beginning with ask the State Board of Education, then you're going to go down to this wording and then conclude at the end of that paragraph.
Ask the State Board of Education to amend rule blah blah as proposed by changing this wording Instruction on the required topics must be factual and objective and may not suppress or distort significant historical events such as the Holocaust, and may not define American history as something other than the creation of a new nation based largely on universal principles stated in the Declaration of Independence. I'm asking them to, we're hoping the league will ask them to change the wording to this wording. Instruction on the required topics must be factual and objective and may not suppress or distort significant historical events, period. Instruction on the Holocaust, slavery, and Jim Crow laws should be taught in a manner that leads to an understanding of the ramifications of prejudice, racism, and stereotyping, an examination of what it means to be a responsible and respectful person for the purposes of encouraging tolerance of diversity and a pluralistic society. The end.
All right, thank you very much for that. And now we need those hands taken down from the previous vote because we're having a new vote. So Blake, if you could take down the raised hands so we can vote on this action motion.
Patty, I'm not sure what you're seeing. There's no raised hands on my side.
Oh, okay. I still see him, but that's okay. All right, so we don't need a second. This is a committee motion. So all those in favor of changing the wording regarding the State Board of Education to the second paragraph, which Susan just read, raise your hand.
$15 more seconds. All righty, 136 with their hands raised and 2 in the chat, which would total 138.
Thank you, and congratulations to Susan and her team. LaVon, back to you.
LaVon, you are muted.
All right, natural resources. This was submitted by a group of 7. So whoever is doing the presentation.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Move it back up, please.
And give your name, please.
Clara Ann Graham, Lee County.
Clara Ann, this is Patty.
Hi.
Hi, in the interest of time, if we could scroll down, and we appreciate the submission of this resolution, but if you could scroll down, give our members about 2 minutes to read through the resolution, and then read at the very bottom, whereas through the end of the resolution above. So 1, 2, 3, these 3 paragraphs. If you could read those, but have the members silently read the resolution language above. Thank you.
And we will also post it in the chat.
You want me to go ahead? Oh.
It is too much to go in a chat box. I'm so sorry. Read on the screen.
Okay, Claire Ann, what you can do is you can go ahead down now and read those final 3 paragraphs.
Okay, wait a minute to get there. Okay. Whereas LWVFL members can assist these county and local government entities in formulating an integrative plan. Therefore, be it resolved, we as delegates of Florida local leagues assembled at the 2021 LWVFL convention call upon the LWVFL board to write to the governor, the cabinet, the Office of Resiliency, and the members of the Florida legislature to adopt the integrative climate plan resolution above. And this was submitted by the integrative climate plan resolution caucus that was held on Monday.
Thank you for that, Clara Ann. I appreciate that. And let's see, we have a comment. We are not given sufficient time to read. Okay. All right, let's go back and give 2 more minutes for more time for our members to read, because we want to have everyone be informed before they make their vote.
The entirety of everything except what Clara Ann read is now in the chat in 2 separate parts. You'll have to piece it together.
I think we can go ahead with the vote now that you put that into the chat. So Blake, are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of adopting this resolution submitted by the League of Women Voters of Florida Caucus on integrative climate change, raise your hand to say aye.
Fifteen seconds remaining. All right, time has expired. 128 raising their hand and none in the chat. 128.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Congratulations to the team. Lavon, back to you.
Okay, next we have letter to Secretary of the Interior, Deb Hyland, in opposition to the department's approval of the compact expanding gambling in Florida, submitted by Jean Finks.
You want me to read the rest of the motion?
I don't think that's necessary, Jean.
Okay.
Basically, what's here is the wording of the amendment, Amendment 3, which is voter control of gambling in Florida. If you would like to reiterate the key pieces, that's fine.
The first sentence in paragraph A suggests that this amendment ensures that Florida voters shall have the exclusive right to decide whether to authorize casino gambling. And in paragraph C, although it's allowed for compacts between the governor and the tribe to be issued, it must involve gambling on tribal lands. And once again, like us trying to put our yes votes up too soon, the legislature keeps trying to decide what we really meant instead of what we said. And we said we wanted to be able to vote on this, and they didn't let us.
Jean, thank you. That was very well said. So Blake, are we ready to vote?
We are. Seems like Jean says the legislature is also eager beavers, but none of those here, so we are ready to vote.
Okay.
I see a lot of hands. Are they up or not?
These were taken down, I believe.
We'll take them down again.
Okay, take them down
Starting
again.
over.
Okay.
Barbara Overton turned into an eager beaver. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so now we are going to vote on Jean's action motion regarding gambling in the state of Florida. All those in favor of the adoption of this action motion, raise your hand to say aye.
– 15 more seconds. Okay, time has expired. 137 raising their hands and one in the chat, 138.
And the motion carries. Congratulations, Jean. And Levon, is that the conclusion of your action motion report?
That concludes our report.
Thank you for an excellent job. Well done, Levon. Thank you so much. All right, if you could take that script off the screen. Thank you. All right, now comes a very exciting time in our convention. And it is the time for the election of the 21 to 23 slate of officers and directors. So I'd like to welcome back Connie Pegram, our nominating committee representative. Connie?
Thank you, Patty. So I'm going to read the slate. For president, Cecile Schoon. These are the officers, by the way. First vice president, Marisol Zentino. Second vice president, Sean Bartelt. Treasurer, Mark Songer. Secretary, Pat Drago. For elected directors, Jennifer Adams, Jonathan Hackley, Danielle Irwin, Dr. Julie Kessel, and Megan Pierce. For the 2023 nominating committee, Joanne Lynch, I, chairperson, Sarah Rich, and Adrian Kaltman. Sorry, back over to Patty.
Good job, Manny.
Thank you very much, Connie. It's time now to take a vote on the new slate. And I believe we are going to do this by poll. Is that correct, Blake?
It is.
Okay, would you like to explain that?
I sure will. It should just pop up on whatever screen you're on as soon as I launch it, which I will do now. Should be there. Looks like people are voting, so looks like it is working. If you are a co-host of the meeting, you will not see it.
I can't see it, Blake, so I'm counting on you to read off the results.
There is even a timer on the poll. Wish they didn't limit these. We could have used them the whole day, but they put a big limit on them. We'll let it go to 1 full minute and then end the polling.
I'll say we've adopted this latest. I'll say we've adopted this latest.
Patty, I'm not sure what you can see on your end, but attendees can now see that 149% of delegates unanimously approved the entire slate.
That is wonderful. Congratulations. Now, Blake, if you would just spotlight Cecile with me and make sure you get the photo of what we are about to do.
All right, you are both spotlighted.
Well, I can't see Cecile, but there she is. Wait a minute. There she is. Cecile, this proves that our democracy does indeed work. It is my pleasure to virtually present the gavel to you, which will be in the mail very soon. Congratulations. I know that you are going to lead this organization with heart, with soul, and with amazing character. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And I just want to say that I speak on behalf of the entire league to offer you my gratitude and thanks for your many, many hours, your passion, your commitment, your willingness to charge in, even though things weren't looking so good on some of the issues that we champion. And you have put a high watermark in terms of your effort and your commitment. And I want to thank you for that and give you applause on behalf of the entire state league. I also would like to offer you a small token of my appreciation. And I don't know if they can show a screen of it. Can you show a screen of Patty right now, Blake? Okay, I sent it to you in the mail and Leah has it. I'd like you to open it. And there's a little card you can read if you feel comfortable.
Okay, I'm going to try not to cry here.
Okay.
Okay, I am opening it. I'm going to open the card first, or
you can open the gift and then if you would like to read the card.
I would love to read the card. Let me do that first. Very pretty card. For you and Bob to take some time to enjoy each other a bit more and smell the lilacs, Cecile. Very sweet.
As you probably recall, when you became the president, I gave you a small token. It was a little pearl bracelet.
I remember. Yes.
This kind of goes along with that.
That's great. I should have worn that today. Okay. I just have to get the tape off the box. Okay, you've made this a very, it's like a little treasure hunt.
Right?
Okay, I have to untie it. That's the thing.
Drum roll.
I know, I may need a little help. A little help untying it.
First scissors.
I think I got it.
And don't forget, we have to install people too.
I'm almost there. Here. She has smaller hands than I do.
I had my little helpers in the office make sure
That you got it just right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, how lovely. What a beautiful, beautiful necklace. Thank you so much, Cecile. And I'm holding it up and I hope everybody can see it.
You're one of a
Cecile.
kind. You're one of a kind, Patty.
So are you, Cecile. Thank you very much for your generosity, for your kindness, we've been through a lot together, and I'm very grateful to you for all that I've learned. And I wish you the very best. I think you're going to be a wonderful president, and congratulations to your board. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And we have another thing we'd like to present to Patty. Oh, are you doing it later, Leah?
We're going to do it later. I think people want to hear your address.
All right. Well, thank you all again. And I'd like to share some of my ideas and my thoughts at this moment. I have my certificate from the State League that I'm so proud of on the wall. And then Votes for Women from Bay County League, which I'm a member of. And that's so important to me. I want to share with you guys, why I love the League, okay? I love the League because this is one of the first organizations that I've belonged to, and I'm a lifelong member of the NAACP. I'm a member of sorority, of church, and I love all of these organizations, and they feed different aspects of my soul and my needs and my community. But this is the first powerful organization that I've had the honor to belong to that truly listens to its members. Today, it was a little painful going through the protocols and the amendments, but what that represents is that we listen to our members' voices. We are a ground up organization. Every vote, every voice counts. And that is so fun and exciting and just something that I hold dear in my heart and made me decide maybe 10 years ago that I wanted to spend pretty much the majority of whatever free time I had to support this organization. That is something that is rare and is something that we should treasure. And I've listened, and we have this recording of many of the comments of different members and league members. Some things were adopted, some were not. But those are guideposts for the state board and for other members for us to keep in mind and look at, and there are requests for study and action and other things. So they will not be forgotten, even though certain things may not have passed for different reasons. I also want to tell you some stories of opportunities that I've had in the league that has raised my love of the league. And I want to tell you a story where I had an opportunity to speak with a young man. We had created a GOTV and a registration opportunity. And in my area, in our area in North Florida, we've really had basically 2 years of devastation. We had Michael, which we lost many buildings, homes, schools. It's been terrible. And then right after that, as we were getting on our feet, we had COVID. So a lot of things around here are still really reeling for 2 years of being offline. So we had this event outside of a church because the church has still not been repaired. It was devastated, and it was in the church parking lot and the grass yard. And young man was there. We had our table set up, and I was chatting with him, and I said, "Sir, are you registered to vote?" "No, ma'am, I'm not, and it doesn't matter," is what he said to me. Of course, I just stayed calm. And I said, okay, well, why do you think that? And we had a conversation. Meanwhile, his little children were playing. He picked one up, put him on his shoulders. And I said, sir, do you realize that voting impacts the education of your child? That kind of slowed him down for a minute. He said, okay. And I said, and how old are your parents? He said in their 60s and 70s. I said, well, they're going to the hospital more regular now for medical care. He said, yes, they are. I said, do you realize that voting can impact healthcare? And by the end of the conversation, he kind of grabbed his shin and he said, you know what? I'm going to register to vote. And that is, in a nutshell, what we bring to the community. We're right there where people are. We're in their environment. We're seeing them, how they live, and we're able to address their questions and their concerns one-on-one. And in that moment, I loved the League. And I will remember that story forever. I also love the League as a civil rights attorney myself, because guess what? This is an organization developed by women to empower women. That is amazing. And what a legacy that we have inherited. We have so many heroines and heroes who have worked really, really hard for us to be able to vote and for us to be able to have our voices heard. When you think about what the suffragettes went through, being threatened with losing their work, their marriages, their children, their liberty, and they persisted. They knew it was a long game, and unfortunately, many of our heroines did not live to see the end result. But we can thank people like Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Frederick Douglass, and Harriet Tubman for showing us the way and showing us that we too need to commit our lives and our energy to this journey, to this path of civil rights and the voice of everyone to be heard. It thrilled me earlier to hear the discussion of our League members in their focus on being inclusive. And people kept adding more categories. And yes, it was getting a little long, but isn't that a beautiful testimony to where we are and where our hearts are? We want to hear from everybody. We don't think anybody is any better than anybody, and we value the diversity that all voices bring to the table. We also understand that it is the passion that we have for our individual issues, whether it be gun safety, Medicaid expansion, education, natural resources, preventing suppression of voting. Each of those passions flows in, and that's how we activate people to register to vote, to care. We have to kind of like ping those individual issues and tell people your vote is going to help you to address that primary concern that you have. And I think that is the tool, that is a pathway for us to continue growing and continue bringing more people in. I also love this league because, and I witnessed this with Deirdre McNabb when I got a little bit more involved on the local level with State League. She was battling at that time many things, and she was not afraid. The State League was not afraid. Hey, we're going to talk with you. We'll try to convince you. But if you will not listen to reason and you are in the wrong, we are willing to use all lawful means to win the day. An organization that is willing to litigate, willing to put its name on the line in a court battle is a powerful organization. It gives us all of the remedies. It gives us all of the opportunities to be heard. And when we walk into a room and we ask to be heard, when they know that we'll follow it up, we have the capacity and we have the willingness and we have the strength and the courage to follow it up with litigation. It's a very powerful tool in our toolbox. Those are some of the reasons that I am passionate about the League and I love the League. I also come to you and in this opportunity with having lived 61 years of experiences. And some of those experiences, I think, will impact my vision and my ability to connect with different parts of our community and to connect with all of you. And I'd like to share some of the mosaics of my life that I think reflect the intersectionality that we all experience, but this is my story. I'd like to tell you that my father, my sister is here with me, our father, she's in the room with me, but he was born in the Caribbean and came to the States when he was 18 for an education. He spoke with a thick accent, but he loved this country. And he always would say, this country isn't perfect, but it's the best country that I know. And we have the ideals that we should strive for to make everything better. My father spent the majority of his life working in South Africa as an American representative, working to end apartheid. And he had so many stories of what that fight was like. But when you see what can be done in a lifetime of commitment and work, of so many people working together to improve abject situations, you know that we can take that fight and we can take that journey in our nation. We, and after all, have inherited, the work of others. So interestingly, because I grew up in the Caribbean, I came back to the States, I was 15 years old, and they don't teach American history. They teach Caribbean history, Western history, Eastern European history. I actually did not realize that our parents had grown up in segregation. I knew it had happened, but my parents never said a word to me, not one peep. And when I came back to the States, I went on to college and I thought, oh, let me take some African American history classes. Sitting in my class, and they were talking about sitting at the back of the bus and not being allowed to eat at a restaurant thing. And I was horrified. I'm like, oh, that's horrible. I hate that. Oh, like those poor people. And I said to myself, I'm so glad mom and dad never had to do that. And I literally froze at 19 and I counted backwards. And at 19, in my public class, I almost started howling in tears because I realized that my parents had in fact endured all of it. When I got home on vacation, I was so angry with them. How dare you deny me my history? How dare you have me out here like a Martian? I don't know what's going on. And their explanation was, we knew you were going to be in a different world than the world, that segregated world they inhabited. And they wanted me to get along and not be afraid of people that look different from me, basically white people. And so that was their way of trying to protect me. And I made a decision at that point that I wanted to spend the rest of my life committed to civil rights, because I understood that by just a squeak of time, I had benefited from all the efforts of the suffragettes and the civil rights movement and Dr. Martin Luther King and so many others that had dared to speak for the concerns and the rights of others. So I bring that commitment to you, and I will try to let it ring true to the work that we're going to do together. I also come to the League of, as many of you do, as experiencing many things as a woman. And I know that even in college for me, I played a sport, but that sport was brought about by Title IX that had just been passed a few years before I attended college, and I was a soccer player. And that opportunity to compete just totally with the wind at your back, running as all out as hard as you could, that didn't exist for my mom, and that didn't exist for women 5 or 10 years ahead of me. Again, I benefited from the work, the commitment, the passion, the votes of many other people. I can also remember times when I started out as my career, I had a scholarship, a ROTC scholarship, and I owed the government 4 years as an active duty officer. And I started out as an assistant staff judge advocate. in a base very close to my home. We've stayed here, Tyndall Air Force Base. And my colonel, who was the staff judge advocate, he was a nice guy, but he had very traditional ideas about women. And every once in a while he'd say, you know, I'm so glad my wife is at home because women really belong at home. And the other female captain and I would look at each other and go, did you hear what he said? Well, it played out in some of the things that he did. He didn't really give us a lot of attention at first. And the male JAGs would sit and talk with him and shoot the breeze. And they seemed to be getting all of his happiness and sunshine. And then eventually he said, I'm going to work these ladies. And we ended up getting almost twice as much work as the men. And I was very angry about that. And then someone pointed out to me, they said, well, weren't you working in claims? Didn't you prosecute that case? Didn't you deal with utilities? They said, you're learning everything about running a base. You're learning how to be a well-rounded lawyer. So when you kind of can take a situation and try to get the lemonade out of those lemons, that was one of those situations where I actually was better trained in the end by accepting that situation and taking it on. And these are some of the things that I think we can bring as a league. We may be overwhelmed. We may have shortcuts or things that don't work out for us or doors that shut. And by that creativity that we have, that I've seen in today and yesterday, when we got the Atta girls and the Atta boys from the different leagues, that shows you the creativity that we have. We can turn those shut doors and those lost opportunities into creative ways for us to move forward. I've also understand as a mother of a 6'7" African-American boy, young man, sorry, he's 30. I understand the pain that many African-American mothers and family members feel and fear when our sons are out, our husbands, our people we love, and they're out in the world. And I have given my son that talk at 12. And as sad as it is, I heard my mother give my brother that talk at 12. And it's terrible that we still have to give that talk. But when we know that those kinds of conditions exist, where parents have to warn their sons, this arm of the government, this police officer, may just see you as a threat. They may just take an action against you that's completely unmerited because they're afraid of you. And you have to take that into consideration. I have asked my white friends, did you have that talk with your son? They look at me like, what talk? They don't, it's not in their world of experience. And so we need to keep that in mind when we're trying to be relevant to the different communities and the different groups that we're dealing with, that some of these hard realities make it easy for people like that young man who told me voting doesn't matter. It makes it easy for them to not trust the government because you see, the police is a part of the government. And from their perspective, sometimes none of it can be trusted because the closest part of the government to them, that police officer, has eroded that confidence. And those are some of the challenges that we have to walk people away from that sense that that world of voting, that world of your voice counting is not for you. We've got to light that fire with in their belly and their hearts to get them excited. And I think some of the ways that we can do that is, one, I would like all of our league members to celebrate each other and celebrate the work that we do. And I would like us to learn from each other. I'm very excited and we'll be studying the different comments and the different things that the different leagues mentioned to show what they thought was the apex of some of their work. Because I think within those discussions and those comments and the slides, there are tools and there are lessons that we can all learn. We can learn from each other and we can cross share. And I'm looking forward to augmenting that and hearing more And as we do that, I also would like our leagues to just really take a moment and enjoy working with each other. You know, it's okay for us to do good work and have fun at the same time. And whether that be having a meeting, you know, in a nice restaurant, or having a walking club, or a book club, or any other things that build that interstitial connection that we have with each other. We're spending so much time and energy with each other. It's, I think, going to be positive for us to see the whole person. So I'm really looking forward to learning from each of you and from the individual leagues, sharing information about best practices with each other. And the state league wants to elevate and hear more about those best practices. I also think that some of the things that I would like to see us take on as a challenge is the connecting with our communities on a very personal way, and not necessarily in voting season. Let's really connect. Let's find out what are the communities interested in, what is needed, and let's get involved on that level. And I know it's a journey, and it's something that it can be difficult because we may feel like we look different. We're not from that neighborhood, but pretty much there's always things going on where people are struggling. They're working, whether it be for getting funding for the basketball team to travel, rebuilding a church, doing something at the mosque, doing something at the public library, whatever is your interest. I really suggest, and I encourage, I invite everybody to kind of get involved on things that you were already interested in. And you'll find that you'll be making all kinds of friends, and you'll be welcome into all kinds of homes as we connect. And then when we have our issues about voting, or our issues about healthcare that we want to share, you're not talking to a stranger, you're talking to someone that you've built a relationship with, and they see you as a trusted person. We can build on our brand. Our brand is so good that we are trusted. These are just some of the things that I think we can do. I look forward to visiting with each and every league, and we'll take our time as we come out of our COVID protections. But I would love to visit with you all and see what you're doing, and hear from each league about the help that they need, or great suggestions that they have that we can share all around. And I would like to take the opportunity when I do visit with you all to also have sort of a dual purpose. Take that opportunity to meet with a community organization that you all are interested in, and maybe have a tea and talk. And I would love to be a part of that with you, and help with that outreach. Again, I can say that with my background, having a father from another country and growing up in another country, I can tell you that I've had very hard time understanding what is going on in our country with regards to race, because the imprint that I had was a different imprint from the Caribbean. And I've struggled to understand different people's perspectives. And I think in that struggle, I can understand why it can be scary to try to, like, what's going on? But, you know, we're all humans. We all love, we all have fear, we all have hopes. And if we can go back to those touchstones, then we can acknowledge our different experiences, and we need to respect our different experiences. But I think if we round out our different experiences with that connection with humanity and all of that, I think that that will draw us into the ability to fight those good fights against laws like HB1 that is trying to limit our ability to, our First Amendment rights and ability to gather together and protest peacefully, or Senate Bill 90 that has so many voter suppression elements, and we are litigating against that. We can work with each other, and we can work with our community as we share our humanity and our concerns, and we'll be able to build those bridges, build those community connections so that we'll carry on like our ancestors did, so many struggles that they had. Our pathway to empowering voters and defending democracy will be difficult and will be long, and it will be challenging. But we can look to each other for our ideas and inspiration. We can look to the people that did the work before us for support and encouragement. And we know that we too can continue this great work. And remember that we can have fun while we do good work. Good work can be good fun. I thank you for this wonderful and amazing opportunity, and I commit to you that I will do my best to serve you and all of the citizens of Florida well. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile, for that inspiring note. We are going to take this time now to install our new board. So if we could please have Chief Judge Donald A. Myers Jr. spotlighted. And thank you, Chief Judge, for doing this for us.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to leave it up to you. We're also going to try and spotlight our new board members as well. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you all for having me. I'm Don Myers. I'm the Chief Judge in the 9th Judicial Circuit, which is Orange and Osceola County, right in the middle of the state. And I'm honored to be able to be with you this afternoon to swear in your new board. So I see we're being highlighted here as I speak. An oath is a serious thing. We take them very seriously in the law, but it is a solemn promise regarding one's future action or behavior. And the oath that I've been given for you all is exactly that, a solemn promise for your future action as board members. And so I'm going to ask for our board members, if they would, to please raise your right hand and repeat after me, if you would, please. As a board member, I will.
As a board member,
As a board member, I will
Fulfill my roles and responsibilities.
fulfill my roles and responsibilities
As delineated in board policies.
as delineated in board policies
Known as in Florida League.
known as Florida League.
I will adhere to Board of Directors ground rules.
I will adhere to director ground rules
During board meetings.
during board meetings.
I will support the executive director.
I will support the executive director
In his or her executive role.
in his or her executive role.
I will respect and support the bylaws, policies, operations.
I will respect and support the bylaws, policies, and operations.
And board decisions.
And board decisions.
I will conduct myself in a spirit of collegiality.
I will conduct myself in a spirit of collegiality.
And respect for the collective decisions of the board.
And respect for the collective decisions of the board.
And subordinate my personal issues.
And subordinate my personal issues.
To the best interests of the League of Women Voters of Florida.
To the best interests of the League of Women Voters of Florida.
And voters of Florida.
And voters of Florida.
I will honor confidentiality.
This is too long.
I will honor confidentiality
regarding discussions, comments, and deliberations.
Regarding
discussions, comments, and deliberations.
Considerations.
And I will exercise the above responsibilities at all times.
And I will exercise the above responsibilities at all times.
And with due diligence, care, and skill.
And with due diligence, care, and skill.
In a reasonable and prudent manner.
In a reasonable and prudent manner.
Congratulations to the new board. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
At this time, we will do directions. Congratulations to all of you. Directions to the state board. And Cecile will have you administer that.
Well, this is my first duties as your president. So we would like to call on our members to give us any directions to the board. So if you would like to give a directions to the board, please put that in the chat and I will call on you and acknowledge you and ask you to speak.
And just a note, it's limited to 1 minute as well. So go ahead and put your name in the chat. And like Cecile said, she will call on you to speak.
Okay, I see Sharon Lynn from Seminole would like to give us a direction. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, thank you, Cecile, and thank you for a really inspiring speech. One of the things that I was thinking about, because we've been looking at this in our own league, is a women's rights committee. I know we have a reproductive rights committee that is crucial, but I'd like to see us address some broader issues, and I'm going to limit it to just a few because of time. So this is by no means comprehensive, but I mean, I'd like to look at things like the different standards of health care and medical care for women, sexual violence, domestic violence, workplace discrimination, having a committee that actually is really tracking the ERA to the best of our ability, and really any kind of gender inequality in general. So just a suggestion, and I hope you'll think about it, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's see, do we have somebody else? Yes. The next person is Monica Elliott from Broward County.
Thank you, Cecile. This is from the Caucus on the Integrated Climate Change. We would like to encourage local leagues to meet and identify how they can best assist their local governments in adopting an integrated plan to climate change. Areas that could be addressed at the local county level include, but are not limited to, transportation relative to electric vehicles and charging stations, energy, converting from fossil fuels, encourage renewables, reducing carbon dioxide emissions, agriculture, encouraging local sourcing, retaining agricultural land, planting shade trees, health, having a plan for decreased heat, new disease vectors to deal with, etc. With water, we're dealing with BMPs, water and wastewater management, septic conversion. With coastal management, it's the coastal mitigation measures, reducing coastal construction on shorelines, and then also our individual commitment, meaning personal sustainability.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. And Stacy Croto from St. Pete. Please give us your direction.
I'm so sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting. From the St. Pete Coalition, to kind of foster continuity between the state board and the local chapters, direction to the board with respect to statewide coalitions where the League of Women Voters of Florida is representing all league chapters in Florida. We request an improved flow of information from local league leaders to feed into the state level discussions, and coordination and information sharing back to local league leaders on state level discussions, resources and planning on issues that are relevant to league positions and activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Hovind, what league are you with, Beth? I forgot.
I'm with the North Pinellas League of North County League of Pinellas County. And I just wanted to repeat what I had asked 2 years ago, that the board take a look at developing a scholarship fund. I understand from Blake that is happening, but many people don't know about it. And I think league membership and attendance at some of the programs, there's often a monetary issue. So I'm hoping, and our treasurer didn't know anything about it. So I'm hoping that we can develop a secure, well-known scholarship program. And the other thing I'm realizing is if the league could get involved with other programs or universities, we have an incredible opportunity to study during the next 12 months the impact of cash infusion on families. And so far, I know nobody who's taking a look at how is this impacting families. 78% of our poor families are female-headed, and these women are now going to get $300 a month per child, in addition to the grand $303 they get from the state if they're on TANF. So I encourage the league to join with others and take a study of the women and see how it impacts their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Sharon Lynn, did I think might have skipped you earlier, Beth. Let me get back on path. Villa Johnson
Yes, thank you.
from Sarasota.
Yes, Villia Johnson from Sarasota. Based on the criteria of LWVU's position on voter representation and electoral systems adopted at the National Conference in 2020, and the positions of LWV in 12 states, I ask that the board consider endorsing ranked choice voting, also known as instant runoff voting, for municipal elections in Florida.
Okay, thank you. And Monica Elliott from Broward County.
I already did. I just was indicating the directions were in the chat.
Oh, thank you. Bill Johnson from North Pinellas.
Thank you. A major problem in Florida democracy is hyper-partisanship and negative campaigning. So I encourage the board to prioritize implementation of the approved policy of open primaries to broaden voter participation. And additionally, to complete the evaluation of ranked choice voting to improve true representative government and to dampen negative campaigning. Thank you.
And then I see a note from Leah to everybody. We would ask you to go ahead and put your directions to the board in writing and send it to Leah at lwvfl.org by 8 p.m. tonight. Your new board will be working tomorrow. We will take up your directions to the board, and we want to be sure that we understand what you're asking us to do and consider. Thank you. Okay. Diane Williams Cox from Tallahassee. We'd like to hear from you. You're still muted, Diane. Go ahead. Oh, we can't hear you. Blake, can you unmute?
I think she said she'll put it in the chat. It looks like a technology issue, like hardware, not a software thing.
So she has written, I would like to suggest that we include advocating the teaching of African American history along with American history to ensure equity, equality, and diversity and inclusion in education. It has been a Florida law for 26 years that has not been fully implemented in all school districts. Dr. Donna Austin is a member of the task force and can help describe this better. I also suggest that we advocate for the teaching of history in college and civics in public schools across the state. It is my understanding that history is not required to graduate college. Wow. One final suggestion that I am not sure where it should fall, is to recognize May 20, 1865 as Florida's Emancipation Day instead of June 19, 1865, which is Texas Emancipation Day. This date is well documented, but it is not reflected in the Florida statutes. Thank you, Diane. Marty Falwell from North Pinellas.
Thank you. Redistricting, excuse me, redistricting is coming up, and that is just so important because it is subject to abuse. And I know the league was very involved with the last redistricting. I think there were lawsuits involved. But it is so subject to a political partisan abuse. If you can just look at the state of Florida, the distribution of our registered voters and the distribution of our state legislature. There's not a match there. And so it's something that the league, I think, needs to watch very closely and be as influential as we can, so we will have fair districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Vivian Faircloth from Pensacola Bay.
I would like to request that after each quarterly board meeting, that a report of the accrual grants that the local leagues apply for, that their projects be distributed to all the leagues so that they would know what each of us is doing and get some ideas of what they can be, everyone can do.
Okay, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying you would want the different leagues to share the different types of grants that they're using to build up their accrual accounts?
Well, I would like the board, because the board will get a report, I assume, from the treasurer as to what league has applied and what they're doing with their accrual account when the project is completed or is approved, and that report be given to the other local leagues so that we know what everybody's doing.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Beth, I think you've spoken. Did you have anything else you wanted to add? I see your name in the chat again.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Kathy Gunlack from Palm Beach.
Yes, affordable housing is, there's been a loss of funding in the Sadowski monies, and it's been problematic through the years. So what we are asking is the board research other sources of funding for housing that would allow for equitable and attainable housing as well as affordable housing for all, and work with the governor and legislature on this issue, either through writing a letter or advocacy, whatever the board decides.
Okay. Marianne Feldheim from Seminole. Did you have anything in addition that you wanted to add, or you're just stating your support of Sharon Lynn's directions? Okay. I'm understanding that Mary Ann Feldheim, Linda Mann, Stacy Croto are stating their support for Sharon Lynn's recommendation about a woman-centered committee, a task force. And then Linda Mann is expressing her support for ranked choice voting. And Sally Butson, let's hear from you from Tallahassee.
Thank you, and congratulations, Cecile. I would like the board to consider the concept of restorative justice when talking about our justice issues in Justice Committee. I'll send more to Lee about it, but it's a new and growing concept of where the victim and the perpetrator work out a solution to restore equal liberty. And there's a state association, and it's been used quite successfully here in the Tallahassee courts. So I will send information, and I hope the board will consider that.
Thank you. And I see people have indicated their support of many of the action items. Kathleen Crampton from Pinellas.
No, try Palm Beach. First of all, congratulations, Cecile, and all the board members. we are very excited about working with you going forward. And on the list of short things, we would love to have someone from your board attend our regular Floridians for National Popular Vote meetings, so that we can make sure that our efforts are coordinated and as well as possible at the state level. Lots of enthusiasm for your election and the openness and heartfelt enthusiasm that you bring to the table. So congratulations, and we're very excited.
Thank you. Susan Little from Space Coast. Oh, you're supporting. Carol Smith.
Have to unmute. Yes, congratulations, Cecile. It's wonderful to see where you are now. So all I wrote was that I hope that the staff will send out a updated copy of the program. There were certainly a whole lot of changes that were made, and it was hard to keep up and write down as they were made. So if they would send a copy of that updated program to every delegate as soon as possible, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Carol. I'm just scrolling through the chat, and there's a lot of people saying that they support different directions that were mentioned before. So what we're going to do is focus on the new directions, but we're taking note of all the support that's been expressed. Margaret McGrath from Broward.
Hi, thanks. As the board organizes its work, I would like to see a board member appointed or designated to coordinate with the approved program actions or issues in each major category on the approved program with the related committee or task force that's working on it also, just to improve communication.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think I've hit the substantive directions to the board. If there's anybody that I've skipped inadvertently, please let me know. I see a lot of support for directions that have been mentioned, and that will be duly noted. This is all being recorded, so we'll be able to look back and see. Okay, well, seeing no further new substantive directions to the board, we will close this part of the our plenary work with the directions to the board from our convention delegates, and we'll go on to the next section, which is unfinished business and announcements, which will be done by Leah Nash, our wonderful new executive director. Hit the ground running and doing a wonderful job.
Hi, everyone. Let's see here. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Okay, hold on 1 second. Much everybody for being here. We do just have a few announcements, but before we do the announcements, we wanted to do a very special thank you to our past president now, Patricia Brigham. Patty, you want to come over here? This is from the board of directors and myself. We wanted to say that you've been an amazing leader. You've led with passion and conviction, and I personally have learned so much from you, so thank you. It's good working with you. And we have this for you. So,
And Patty, although I have not been was not on the board for a long period of time and have not known you for a long period of time, you really have demonstrated true leadership from the time that I have known you, and I really appreciate all that you have done for us. And so on behalf of the board and Leah, I'd like to read this, and it says, "Thank you for your gifts of time, outstanding service, and unwavering commitment to defending democracy during your presidency."
Thank
Congratulations.
you.
And
Thank you.
Here it is, a very wonderful clock.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Thank you so much. This has been the honor of my life, serving as your president. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the new board. Cecile, congratulations to you. Thank you all. Everything I have learned from the league, I will allow to influence me going forward. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Patty. Just a few more announcements from business. One, I know a lot of you were asking about the program. It will be available next week and it will be sent out to our members. YouTube recording is also available, so you can watch that online. And I also wanted to say thank you so much to all the people who put this together. Of course, our staff has been amazing. That's Blake and Shannon and Emily here at the office, plus all of our volunteers who sit on our board. I just have to mention a few people. Kathy, Sharon, Linda, Mariette are going to be looking at minutes later. Sean did an amazing job on the brag list. Ray and Mark, the budget and the budget committee. Connie, Charlotte, the Honorable Peggy Quince did our program. Lavon did our action motions. And of course, the executive board and the board from the past few years, you all have done an amazing job. And I want to thank all of our members because you are all doing what we need to be doing. We are making a difference. You are making a difference, and you are the defenders of democracy. So thank you for that. Cecile, any last words?
This has been a very challenging year, but I think that we have demonstrated that we can make a difference, and we will continue to do that. And it's been a long day. So everybody take your drink of choice. Some might be a hot tea and some might be a martini. And let's relax and enjoy the rest of the day with our family and friends. Thank you all.
Oh, and you have to officially adjourn.
And with that, we adjourn our meeting at 4:39 Eastern Time. Thank you all. And thank you to the